I'm putting you out of your misery, 'cause darling, you're dragging me down. I wish I could say that I'm sorry, but I'm over that now. I'm taking you out. It's a cruel, cruel world. but now I see muscle and bones. You know I never wanted to hurt you, but I'm sorry, my friend, this is the end. So I'm saying my goodbyes.
Happy motherfucking Monday, everybody.
It only ever got me
It's December 29th.
and I finally learned.
Just a few days left in the year. It's a motherfucking Monday. Put your hands together for this motherfucking Monday.
Erase you from my mind.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry, but I'm
Alrighty.
cutting all the ties. So I'm saying my goodbyes.
How are we doing? What's the vibe?
My good side.
The vibe is currently Cruel World by Fantagram.
And I finally learned.
Okay, now can you guys tell I cut my hair?
Cool world.
Because I'm not wearing a hat.
It's a cool world.
It's short. Not at all. Oh, come on! 7 inches! Hey, it's not about the size, it's what you do with it. 7 inches. You notice I have hair? Okay, that's good. That's good. At least you notice. Yeah. Snip, snip. You hardly wear your hair down. It's because my hair was so long that I always would just throw it up in, I would just throw it up in a bun. So maybe now that it's shorter, maybe I will, oh, shit. Oh, excuse me, teardrop? Excuse me? Okay. Okay. It's short for me. It is short for me. God, this song's a vibe. Neo Zerg, thank you for the 14 months. Hands Banans, thank you for the 22 months. And happy belated 30th birthday. It's giving house. It's giving I'm about to be a sardonic asshole. Borg, thank you for the 9 months. Katie Did, thank you for the prime. Katie Ellis, thank you for the 32 months. Jeff Brisk, thank you for the 4 months. It's giving Caroline Kwan from House. When was your trim? I got my hair trimmed the 22nd? 22nd, yeah. It's like a week ago. Do I pop perks or Vicodin? No, I'm only I'm only popping this ass on the dance floor. Is that what the kids say these days? Popping a perky for Charlie Kirky? Yeah, you know what? What the hell? Sure. What the hell? Sure. Puff Ball. Thank you for the 8 months. Blue Ald, thank you for the 8 months as well. Does my hair feel lighter? Yes. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Cut off a whole weight. Neo, thank you for the gifted sub. Anyway, welcome in everybody. I hope we're all doing well. Oh my gosh, Hannah, thank you for the 25 months. Also, it's your puppy's first birthday. Pics in the Discord, only Discord users. Only Discord users have access. We love puppies. We love, oh, Pluto. Happy birthday to Pluto. Here, I'll pull one up for those of you who think you're too cool for school and are not in the Discord. Oh, look at that little underbite. It's just like the Farley. It's just like the Farley TT boy. So cute. Isn't it amazing how much an animal can add so much joy to your life? They're just the best. They're just the best. Give him a little pet from me. Tell him, Lady Guan says happy birthday. Peach being a good friend to you. I love that woman. I love me that woman. Nonstop Otter Pop. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
To China, like Caroline had the same problem, and by day 5, like she was like, I'm not even kidding, she was like curled over in the back seat of the car, just like in just uncontrollable pain.
Poor Caroline.
I don't know if she shit that whole trip.
I would have sucked.
We were there for like 2 weeks.
What?
You would have. Sorry.
Friends do.
Which is.
And why haven't you offered?
To suck it out of you?
You know what? Peach asking the important questions. Why has Christian, why did he not offer to suck it out of me? The whole time. Okay, we don't need to get into details. All right. That is not something that anybody hopefully wants to hear, myself included. Let's just say that I had some problems. I usually have issues when I travel, but for some reason in China it was particularly bad. So no further details are needed. But you know, Peach, that's why I love women. That's why I love women, because that's what women do for each other. That's why you need to have women in your life. All right, girls supporting girls. That's what we're all about. We lift each other up. Okay? We lift each other up. We do what needs to be done. We make no dramatics about it. And that's just how it goes. I will always cherish my very loving relationships with women. You raise me up and suck out of my asshole. Yeah. In case you're wondering how like women work, if you don't understand women, now you do. Now you understand. EP, thank you for the 17 months. Sonic Boss, thank you for the 8 months. Anyway, what a wonderful way to start off the stream. You know, nothing like those Monday vibes. Nothing like those Monday vibes. Anyway, here's what I got. Here's what I got planned for us. So I have a little bit of catching up to do because I was gone for the last week. And of course, so much has happened. Always. Namely, and I'm going to use her full name, Annika Tanya Mirage. The magnification, the right wing, the completion of the right wing grift of Annika Tanya Mirage, which we will be discussing. And I just want to say, Onika Tanya Mirage. Let me get it correct. Onika Tanya Mirage. I just want to say I was very surprised to see people who were shocked at this, you know, final boss Nicki Minaj being at Turning Point USA charade at the circus, because have people not been paying attention to what she's been up to? I don't expect everybody to be super tuned in to all things, happening in the world of pop culture, but Nikki's journey has been, it's been a minute now that she has been incredibly problematic, notorious for going after other black women in the industry. There is no black female artists, especially black rappers, who Nicki will not go after. She's been on this for a minute now. Her being married to a sex offender, a child rapist, or attempted rape. So anyway, I want to talk about that. A Bit Fruity did a great video on this. It's funny you mentioned that because I was listening to their podcast earlier. And so when Matt had decided to do an episode, he texted in our group chat and he was like, is anybody a Nicki Minaj? Like, was anybody at one point a Nicki Minaj stan? And we're all kind of like, well, I think we would use the label of fan, but I wouldn't say ever was a stan. And by that, fallen stan, former stan. But we were all texting little tidbits of just things Nicki has done over the years. So I was listening to the episode today and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just listen to it on stream because I think it's a really good summation of how Nicki got to where she is now and also why she's doing this. And he has Olay and Kat on the podcast. So it's a really great trio. So yeah, I think we'll listen to that in our discussion. And then I wanted to talk a little bit more about Miss Brigitte Bardot, who the news of her passing broke yesterday. And it's funny because there were a couple celebrities, Chappell Roan included, who were like, oh my God, RIP to an icon. I've never seen as fast of a RIP to an icon and then, oh my God, I didn't know the things that she said and what she stood for. My bad. And let's be so for real. People on the internet who find out something like a minute ago love to pretend that it's something they've known forever. So then they'll attack people who clearly didn't know. Chappell Roan clearly didn't know that Brigitte Bardot was Miss Far Right. And it's just this amazing thing. This is amazing thing that internet people love to do where they will literally just find something out and then be like, excuse me, you're praising this person who was a fascist? It's like, you didn't fucking know that either. You just found that out. You just found out 2 seconds ago because you're chronically online and you were on Twitter when people who are, either cultural have more cultural knowledge, who were aware of Brigitte Bardot's very twisted legacy, tweeted about it in the response to her passing. I didn't know until you told me. Yeah, I mean, it's like this, it's this need to act as if we know everything always and that we're never caught unaware. It's the same thing when people refuse to acknowledge that they fell for AI. Everybody at this point has probably fallen for something AI. Let's be for real, okay? Whether it was serious or not, it is a reality. It's why it's important to educate ourselves, to be using critical thinking, so we don't just keep falling for AI. I learned about this just now. I've known it forever. I've known it forever. Foxy, thank you for the 3 months. Trivial Solution, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, and then what was the last thing that I wanted to cover? Yes, I wanted to cover my tweet. I want to talk about my tweets. I had a tweet that went viral when I was at home and was not streaming, and it meant I was spending too much time on Twitter until I went, okay, that's enough. But kind of this, so it being related to the memification of Epstein, just treating everything as a joke, a lack of any seriousness or sincerity. But I think it's kind of this. I think this is broader problem, and y'all know I always like to hone in on something specific, but talk about the broader consequences, talk about kind of the general issue. And so I've been wanting to talk about that. Good viral? For the most part. I mean, you know how things go these days when you post something on the internet and the more attention it gets, both positively, also just means that it's also going to be a lot of negative attention. And I've seen leftists on Twitter subtweet me. Like, I've seen them make fun of me for being a person who has the ability to be sincere and like serious, which I will just say. Also, Raven, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs and the tier 1. I will just say, you will never shame me. You will never make me feel shame for being a person who has the ability and who understands the necessity in being serious. And I don't care. I don't care if you mock me, because I think it's actually a reflection on you. And I think this is an issue. This is an issue with terminally online leftists who have kind of like, who have bought into this idea that everything needs to be treated with jokes, and like you're better than everyone else because you are able to crack jokes about something. I don't think so. Yeah, because you make memes. Memeing is praxis for them. Right. And then what happens is when somebody goes, hey, this isn't cool. Hey, maybe we should stop doing this all the fucking time. They get embarrassed. That's what happens. They get embarrassed. And rather than take a second and go, you know what? Yeah, maybe my digital behavior is bad. Maybe I'm not actually adding anything useful to the conversation here. Maybe I'm being a real fucking asshole. Nope, they get defensive. It's never back down attitude. I'm like, you know who's that exact same way? MAGA. You know how you look at Donald Trump and his MAGA horde, and you see how these are people who will never accept when something that they have said, something that they're contributing to, is harmful. It's reactionary behavior. Yes. Reactionary behavior is something that you can fall into no matter what you say your politics are. Ethel Kane called it an irony epidemic. Yes, and we've talked about this with like the kind of irony poisoned internet landscape where we're all dark, we're all black pilled, we're all, dark woke or whatever the fuck. And a lot of people use it as an excuse to either just say slurs or be incredibly thoughtless. It's like, yeah, no, you're just an asshole. It's as simple as that. I hate when people make gross, dark jokes about something horrific and they try defending it as gallows humor. Like, fucker, you're the one watching the execution, joking about it, not the one being hanged. I'll just pull up my tweet since we've landed on this topic. But one thing I was pointing out is a lot of these people kind of, I think, envision themselves as capable of like profound, like they're like political humorists. And the thing is that they're not. they think very highly of their ability to take something serious and make a joke from it and somehow be making some more profound point through the meme that they took 2 seconds to make. You're not as funny as you think you are, and you're not generating any thoughtful true points here. Silverjoy, thank you for the 15 months. Kept Nice, thank you for 29 months. Okay, so let me find this. Yeah, here it is. And I just want to say, this was only one example. I saw tons and tons of examples of this. And here's what I will say. I do not believe that all memes are equal, both in being harmful, whether it's they're harmful or they're actually making a point. Like I saw people, make memes where it was very clear the point was how Donald Trump and other powerful figures around him are clearly covering up their involvement with Epstein, with this massive child sex trafficking ring that he was at the center of. That's not the same thing as like someone posting a photo of Epstein on the floor with his dog and saying 3 a.m. vibe. Now, I know that this person and other people who posted similar things and who were also mocking me for going, hey, I don't think this is good. I know that they consider themselves to be much more clever, that they have a superiority complex because people like me don't have the ability to find things funny, whatever it is. I know this type of person. I will also say the vast majority of people I saw posting this shit were all men. Now, why is that? And I'm asking this rhetorically. Why is it that everyone I saw who was posting this kind of shit tended to be a man? And when you look through the rest of their account, their profile, it's a lot of this vibe. And here's what I said in response. They did the same shit with Diddy. Yeah. The memification of Epstein has worked to obscure the horror of his extensive crimes. This man raped and trafficked children. He destroyed countless lives and escaped accountability for years due to his powerful network of friends, associates, and co-conspirators who are still out there. FYI. This is not a case closed. This is not something where like justice has been served. The people who were responsible were brought to, were held responsible. No one, with the exception of Ghislaine who's in prison right now, and Epstein, who killed himself, has there been any accountability? None. We know that there are plenty of powerful people across finance, across media, politics, Hollywood, etc., who were associated with Epstein, who were participating in Epstein's crimes. So the survivors of Epstein are actively right now fighting for justice. They are trying to get the FBI to release their own files to them. They are having their personal information leaked in what the Department of Justice is putting out. What are we doing? This is currently happening. And the point I was making, if it's not clear, is that this kind of shit, let me explain. Let me explain what this does, okay? What this does is lessens the seriousness of somebody like Epstein and what he and his associates did for years. Memes can serve a purpose of humanizing somebody, of like making something or someone relatable. 3 a.m. vibe. What is the purpose of that? Oh, we've all been there. So I don't give a shit if you're like, yeah, well, clearly I think Epstein is bad. Do you know that people are AIing themselves on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein? Do you know that these posts get thousands of likes? And I checked the comments and so many of them are like, I don't care what anyone says. That man had aura. You know, you got to admit he was a vibe. That kind of shit. Do you think those are people who are taking this seriously? Who care about what happened to the 1,000+ young girls and women who were trafficked, who are victims of Epstein and the powerful circle he surrounded himself with? And then I continued on. What a profoundly sick society we maintain, where the abuse of children is treated with such apathy and not as a sign of the gravest affliction that must come to an end. Hate to break it to the people clamoring, I don't get jokes. You're not George Carlin. You're not skilled in utilizing humor as an instrument of social and political critique. You don't actually understand satire. You have zero convictions. You are allergic to sincerity. You are winning the digital lobotomization race. Now, I'm being a little hyperbolic. I don't think that anybody who is trying to employ humor to make a political point has to be George Carlin. But the point I'm making is a lot of these motherfuckers think that that's who they are. And they are nowhere near that. And they're not making any point at all. All they are doing is normalizing what Jeffrey Epstein did. Normalizing the rampant endemic abuse in our society, the abuse of children. This is something that we are dealing with today. This serious issue of children being abused, of gender-based violence. Why do you think Jeffrey Epstein, for years, he and his associates were able to get away even after he had initially been apprehended in the early 2000s and then was let off with a sweetheart deal? It's this like 4chan, it's this 4chan ass attitude that has really infiltrated a lot of these internet spaces that didn't used to be like this. And it's this growing kind of nihilistic, irony poisoned, everything needs to be a joke. And if you push back on that at all, you're a fucking loser. You're too woke, blah, 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 blah. When I say digital lobotomization, that's what this is. That is what is happening. You have rotted your brain. You have no ability. You have no ability to treat anything with an ounce of sincerity. You have no empathy. You have no recognition that, you know, this internet we're on, guess who's also on that internet? The many, 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 many survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. You think they're on a different internet? No, they're not. They are seeing all this shit. Other people who were abused as children, or just, you know, abuse, survivors of abuse in general, they see all this. They see how it's not taken seriously, how it's just a fucking joke. It's not a joke. Not everything needs to be a joke. And that is what people need to understand. Not everything, not everything needs to be jokes. Can you not be serious for one moment? And I saw one guy who I have reposted his stuff before. I saw him, and I'm pretty sure he was subtweeting this, and he was like, sorry that things are so bleak. No, it's not being one guy, but it's an attitude that I've seen more than once. But he was like, sorry that things are so bleak that we just, you know, we're trying to find a way to laugh through it. And I looked at his way of laughing through it, and Neo, thanks so much. I looked at his way of laughing through it and I was like, oh, no. These are just cheap jokes at the expense of the many, many people who were harmed by Epstein. You're not making a joke calling attention to the fact that we live in a really fucked up system where people in power continue to abuse and be enabled by that abuse. You're not making any pithy, profound point. You're just putting together a 2-second cheap meme. It's not even worth a nickel. So trust me when I say I understand needing moments of levity, because if you succumb to the feeling that everything is fucked, that everything is so bleak and there's nothing we can do, you will slip into a very dark place. You will give in to nihilistic tendencies. But it's interesting because a lot of the vibe that I get from these people are like, well, we just have to laugh because it's so dark, is that they already have, that they have slipped into that nihilism, which is why they don't treat things with seriousness. There is a time and a place. Act like a fucking adult. Act like a fucking adult. Do not allow yourself to become this brain dead, this lobotomized asshole, because the internet, has given you an excuse to give in to these terrible tendencies? No. The everyone is 12 theory remaining supreme. Yes, you are 35 years old. Why are you acting like you are 12? Why do you have the capabilities of a person who's in 5th grade? Can you imagine some of these tweets reaching the victims that are still alive? It's disrespectful. Yes, as they are currently on the Hill, as they are out there giving press conferences, having to relive their trauma in order to fight for their own justice. Because sure as hell, the Justice Department, the legal system, the agencies, the organizations that are supposed to be doing that are not. Everyone is a bit attention seeking and wants a hit tweet. I just, like I said, when you are wrong, you need to accept that. You don't need to, like this person posted in response to me blasting their tweet out of the water. They posted a 3-minute compilation giving the vibe of a fan cam set to some fucking Drake song. And it was tripling down. And I'm like, you want me to treat you as someone worthy of engaging in discourse when this is how you behave? You call yourself a leftist, and your response to somebody saying, hey, let's treat serious matters with seriousness was to make a 3-minute video of Epstein photos set to a Drake song. And are you reading your comments? Are you seeing the majority of your comments being like, yeah, this is sick. Yeah, this is aura. Epstein was a vibe. Is that the crowd that you want to attract? It's gross. It's disgusting. And I don't give a shit who this person is. I really don't care. I'm not like, I don't need to, I don't need to dive into who they are in their politics, because I've seen plenty of this. I know who this person is. This type of person. And it's not like me saying this right now is not specifically about this one random ass Twitter user. It's the same way so many people turn what Diddy did into a joke. Yes, where it was like immediately with the baby oil jokes, where the one thing that stood out from Cassie's lawsuit, from the video where she was brutally beaten by him, was the term freak off, and how people just lost their minds over that. They just went so crazy for that. Because everything is just a joke at the expense of people who are being harmed and who are having to relive this over and over again, who are not getting justice, who are not living in a society that is progressing past this. And yeah, the baby oil and homophobia dominating the conversation. Yes. Yeah. Just like TMZ brain. Tara, thank you for the 3 months. Giselle, thank you for the 3 months. Ashley, thank you for the 38 months. Mumblecat, thank you for the 32. Donkey, thank you for the tier 1. Hannah, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, so I wanted to read this piece by, of course, Kat Tenbarge. Love me some Kat Tenbarge. She has a Substack called Spitfire News. Friend of the show. There's nothing funny about the Epstein files. Viral jokes and AI memes about Jeffrey Epstein only enable his abuse of power. On Christmas Day, a wannabe cryptocurrency influencer tried out a new strategy to get people's attention. Using AI to put yourself on Epstein's jet goes so hard. Does it? Does it go hard? Or do you have the brain of a slug? He wrote in a post on X. Yes, here you go. Here's the link to that. He wrote in a post on X accompanied by screenshots of young white men doing exactly that. They used newly released images of Jeffrey Epstein, the deceased sex trafficker and financier, from the Epstein files, which are tens of thousands of heavily redacted documents released by the Department of Justice this month. The original photos showed Epstein on a private plane with Noam Chomsky, the famous linguist and philosopher. Using artificial intelligence tools, these men had inserted pictures of themselves into the images in Chomsky's place. One of these young men appears to be an aspiring SoundCloud rapper. Oh, it's all coming together. The other flexes cars, watches, and guns on Instagram. They all got the attention they wanted in the form of millions of views on X, accrued before the Crypto Poster's account was suspended. In a follow-up post, he had attempted to leverage the engagement to get people to buy a meme coin. Ugh, of course. It's all classic. It's just so fucking classic. To buy a meme coin, which is a common pump and dump scam. He also included a suggested prompt to feed into an AI tool so people could make their own fake Epstein files cameos. Yeah, love poisoning, the water of a community in Nebraska so I can post a picture of myself on a plane with Epstein. A lot of the reactions to these posts were outrage, but not all. Some people just thought they were funny. In the days following the release of new documents related to Epstein, a wave of inappropriate jokes, memes, and engagement bait about the trafficker and his crimes has swept the internet. I have seen AI videos of Epstein with AI Charlie Kirk, the slain conservative influencer. I've seen posters make cheap jokes at the expense of Epstein's many victims. I have watched as most of the focus around this case is spent on sensationalizing the high-profile perpetrators and accomplices to Epstein's crimes, few of whom have actually been held accountable, while far less attention is paid to the survivors who have to live with the consequences of these vast injustices. And this is every single time. This is why I am always railing against the sensationalizing of real life horrific crimes, especially in a situation where justice has not been served, where these survivors are fighting right now to have these people held accountable. But it's always, and this is also another topic I speak on all the time, which is the true crime, the true crime brain rotted culture that we exist in. Whether it is what happened to the Reiners, whether it is the crimes of Sean Combs or Jeffrey Epstein, it's always this focus on the sensationalizing. It is always at the expense of their victims who are on the same internet as us. Making fun of Charlie Kirk is fair game. Charlie Kirk is not the same thing as what I'm talking about here. When we treat these, these cases of serious crimes of abuse, and we treat them like it's a joke, and we love to sensationalize the aspects that capture, that capture headlines, that, is a tweet that will pop off. In fact, many of these women have been smeared as willing participants in the heinous acts of abuse committed against them. So much of this has become online currency, and people are sharing without any regard or respect for how these are real people. And let me go back to this example. This tweet, when I quote tweeted it, it has 27,000 likes. Do you know what that does? That's a hit of dopamine. That's somebody who posts that and goes, see, I knew this was a banger. That's someone who thinks that they're being rewarded, because they are being rewarded for this for this attitude, for this bullshit. 6 million views. 6 million views. That is what we refer to. That's what we're talking about when we say online currency. Real lives have been damaged and lost, and it's going to continue to have an impact on not only those victims, but society at large, said Lauren Weingarten, a survivor, victim advocate, and trauma support specialist. She has previously consulted with the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public on research surrounding the online discourse of abuse, trauma, and its impact on survivors. We've also collaborated on Survivors' Stories Deserve Better, a call for a standard of care in media storytelling about these kinds of cases.
The Epstein files, we mean in a socially responsible and survivor-informed way. Have some respect.
Yeah. We stand with all those who have been victimized by Epstein and his many accomplices. When we say to keep talking about the Epstein files, we mean in a socially responsible and survivor-informed way. Have some respect. Which is apparently an impossible ask for lots of assholes on the internet. As Weingarten pointed out, the way people talk about Epstein files online affects the individuals who are directly victimized by him, as well as the broader community of survivors. This is not just about Epstein. This is not just about the survivors of Epstein. This is also about, in general, survivors of abuse, whether they are, they were victims of child sex abuse, or just broadly survivors of abuse in a society that still normalizes abuse and enables it, especially if you are powerful, if you are well-connected, if you have great resources. And there is no way for us to progress past this, to fix these deeply embedded issues when we can't take anything seriously. Being abused is isolating, but the issue of abuse is not an isolated one. It's a public health crisis that affects everybody. And many Epstein survivors are speaking out in an online ecosystem where their voices have yet again been silenced and overlooked in favor of individuals who possess more systemic power. There's no separate internet. They are seeing this as well, Weingarten continued. These memes weaponize and normalize the acceptance of sexualized child abuse. Those who abuse power aren't just grooming their victims, they're grooming their communities at large. Posts about the Epstein case that rely on humor or shock value to get traction may not seem like a big deal, but they ultimately benefit perpetrators like him. As I've watched people discuss the case online, many treat Epstein and his associates as singular and unique kinds of abusers, due to their wealth and position in elite society. But abuse is commonplace, and the potential for abuse exists in every power dynamic. The way we talk about Epstein in casual settings like social media can have an outsized effect on how we respond to abusive dynamics everywhere. It obfuscates the severity of these crimes and displaces our collective energy and attention, creating the kind of abuse culture where Epstein was able to flaunt what he was doing and get away with it. Instead of... Sorry, I'm not I'm not choked up. I'm just recovering still. Instead of, I mean, it's, you know, this is terrible, obviously. But if I keep clearing my throat, sorry. Instead of centering the now viral images of Epstein and his associates in these files, we would ideally center the voices of the individuals who were harmed by him. Many of these women were instrumental in the efforts to release the files and make the public aware of the corruption and violence at the heart of the case. And many of them are currently fighting for more transparency, education, and change. You can follow Jess Michaels, who recently highlighted how Epstein abused adults in addition to children. You can listen to From Now On with Lisa Phillips, a podcast that centers survivors to dive deeper into the complexities of abusive dynamics. You can follow World Without Exploitation, a survivor organization that condemned the overly redacted selective release of the Epstein files. And you can read testimonies like Nobody's Girl, Virginia Roberts Giuffre's memoir of surviving Epstein's abuse. Giuffre died by suicide in April. That was this year. This year she died by suicide. These are just a few of the public-facing individuals and groups who have worked to hold Epstein and other abuse perpetrators accountable. Online communities can be such a vital, wonderful space, especially for survivors, Weingarten said. There's this idea that it has to be sensationalized when raw, authentic storytelling that speaks to the realities of abuse and trauma is sadly so riveting on its own. Early on in my career reporting on sexual violence, I had a conversation with a source that stuck with me. He had been assaulted in a club by an individual who went on to become a famous influencer. Every time he saw the perpetrator's face in an advertisement or on social media, it brought him back to that night. There are a lot of memes featuring this influencer that I might have otherwise shared if it weren't for that conversation. Even though the influencer is widely disliked and most of the memes are mocking him, it would still have the same effect on his many victims to see his face when they aren't expecting it. I believe we have a responsibility to survivors in our online communities, which includes a lot more people than we realize. It's just not worth it to create levity at their expense. To actually address the crisis of abuse, it starts with taking that abuse seriously. And I guarantee if any of these fuckers read one page of Virginia's memoir, I think maybe they would pause. But you know the truth? They haven't, and they never will. They will never sit there and listen to the survivor's own accounts. They will never bother to take 2 seconds to understand the pain that so many of these girls and women went through and continue to go through. And instead they'll go, yeah, ha ha, he he, meme, 25,000 likes. And the thing about meme culture is we need to recognize that it has reached a place where it's no longer the like fun kind of like relatable kind of way that memes were originally, you know, how like they used to be, what they were once upon a time. And now we have people who only know how to communicate in memes. And I mentioned this last time, but the guy who shot up the immigration, the ICE detention center and killed and injured migrants. When we were reading accounts from people who had been friends with him, something that stuck out to me was when they talked about how his online behavior had leaked into how he was in real life. That it was no longer just separation between, here's, some memes that he reposts on the internet. He would only operate in memes and like 4chan style memes. And it was like, contributing to this increasing asocial behavior and him isolating himself from normal people around him who were like, dude, this is too much. Like, this is fucking annoying. This is weird. I don't enjoy being in friendship with you. Yeah, it's very antisocial. And he's an example of somebody and I think we're seeing this more and more of where there is this like continued falling down this internet brain rot rabbit hole where you are losing the capability of critical thought. You are losing the ability to and the desire for any sincerity, for any thoughtfulness, for, you know, being a normal human being. You're losing your humanity. Like you are becoming a meme. You're a fucking meme. And it's not good, y'all. It's not good. I knew people like that. It's exhausting trying to have a basic conversation with them. Yes, where you just look at them and you're like, do you hear the way that you're speaking? And do you see your inability to be a normal human? To exist in a reality outside of the 4chan space that you have inhabited for too long, and that it's become who you are when the brain rot overcomes the person. Yeah, I say 4chan, but I use that like kind of broadly now because we see so much of that 4chan behavior and those attitudes now all over the internet. You know, it used to be kind of these spaces that this behavior was insular to that, you know, all right, everybody knows 4chan. Okay. You know what's happening there. But now it's like, fuck, you go to any of these platforms, you go on the internet and it's everywhere. Like these attitudes, this irony that is poisoned, this need to always think that everything and treat everything as ironic. You don't even know what that means. People don't even know what those words mean anymore. Satire, irony. They say them without any understanding. The richest man on earth acts like this? Yes. And then you have the richest man on earth who owns Twitter, who encourages this behavior, who twists his algorithm so that this behavior is rewarded and what we see all over the place. Nobody knows what words mean anymore. Words used to have meaning, y'all. They used to mean something. Anyway, I will say though, I was glad to see a number of people who tweeted something similar to what I said, and my tweet and these other tweets. Look, I'm not usually a type of person who is, you know, puts stock into numbers and stuff. But these days, especially in a situation like that, I was grateful to see this tweet far surpass the many memes like this that I saw. And it at least made me feel like there are a lot of people out there who are sick and tired of this, that we're on the same page here. It's a little bit reassuring. Oh, okay. That just scared the shit out of me. Oh my God, stop. Stop. Oh my God. Holy shit. No, it was something to do with the highway. I don't know. Something to do with the highway. Highway alert. You don't need to watch this video on stream, but I think this is a really good video essay about how the irony poisoning of comedy and more people should see it. Yes,
Hey,
and I
what's up?
think
Basically, there's a bunch
yeah, it's just a joke. And I think too we've seen that reflected a lot in the field of comedy. We have a lot of comedians who they you know, they're reacting to the culture and to what they perceive as a stifling of their ability to be free comics. And it's revealing that actually a lot of them, whether they're older comics who just have not been able to have not been able to stay relevant for the reasons that they once were, or new comics who sees the opportunity to complain about woke culture and make that their entire content. It's lazy. So much of comedy feels so fucking lazy and so cheap. And it's like, hey, you're just saying what all these other guys are saying. This isn't even anything. Like, please give us something new, for God's sake. For God's sake, change it up. Do you understand that this is what so many of you make your comedy about? It's complaining about how you can't say anything, except here you are in your Netflix special saying all this shit. I blame Joe Rogan. I blame Joe Rogan for being treated like a comedian. I blame Joe Rogan for a lot of this, but also, you know, Joe Rogan is just one piece of it. Now he's a big piece because he's incredibly successful and his stupid ass podcast gets a lot of viewers, but it's in the same way that like Donald Trump is a symptom. Donald Trump is not a cause. Donald Trump does not have that kind of power where he has by himself created this divide and this seismic shift. Joe Rogan was not funny 25 years ago either. I know. I know. How did we end up here? If you had said that if you like took all of the stand-up comedians and were like, hey, by the way, in 15 years from now, Joe Rogan is going to be the most successful podcaster in the world. Joe Rogan's name is going to be a lot bigger than many of these people. You'd be like the guy from Fear Factor. the Fear Factor guy? Huh? I don't believe it. Say it ain't so. What's a podcast? What do you mean? He was genuinely not great back then. He's so much worse now. I know, because he's lazy. Because Joe Rogan is not actually capable of generating any like profound thought, any observations, any thoughtful observations. No, he's a fucking idiot, man. A ray of hope. My dad, who's a little transphobic, was like, he's tired of Dave because all he does is complain about trans people. Yeah. That's a little ray of hope. But nowadays, with how, with how the right is dominating so much, you can be mediocre at best. You can be mediocre at best and seize the opportunity to fail upwards because of reiterating this nonsense about how there's no freedom anymore, about how, woke has destroyed what was great about America. Just complaining about being a victim. Yeah, you jump on the grift train and that will take you up. Whether you're Barry Weiss, whether you're Samantha Fullnecki, or her mom. You can be the worst student in America. You can be the worst essay writer that anyone has ever seen and get your professor fired and then get a stint on Fox News. But the times, they are changing, okay? We just gotta hang on. We gotta hang on, folks. All right, this is Democracy Now! Journalist Vicky Ward on new Epstein files and survivors fight for accountability. So just a reminder that this is what is happening. And for people who choose as their response to the Epstein files and the massive state-sanctioned child sex trafficking ring that Epstein and many other powerful figures were a part of, instead of maybe, I don't know, just making a stupid meme, maybe you should listen to the survivors. Maybe you should really understand what's been at stake here, what the consequences are, how this is reflective of our culture at large, the direction that we're heading in, which is a train flying off the fucking tracks and crashing into the side of the mountain. The train on fire. The train on fire, crashing.
Days after the December 19th deadline for the release of all files related to the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
It's giving the end of Snowpiercer.
And under enormous pressure, the Justice Department has just released more than 11,000 files Tuesday, totaling nearly 30,000 pages of documents. This includes internal FBI emails from 2019 that mention 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein, including one who's described as a, quote, wealthy businessman in Ohio, unquote. The emails also note that, quote, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged criminally. She's currently serving a 20-year sentence on federal sex trafficking charges. This comes after the DOJ Monday briefly published thousands of additional documents related.
Oh, God, the amount of posts I saw that were like, get me a love like this. And it was like just a compilation of Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein.
To Epstein. The second tranche of documents were available on.
Wait, do I have this on? Oh, this is on. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Line for several hours, but then disappeared from the Justice Department's website without explanation. The documents contain wide-ranging references to Donald Trump. One email written by an assistant U.S. attorney during Trump's first term in early 2020 found Trump was a passenger aboard Epstein's private jet on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. On at least 4 of those flights, Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Trump has not been directly accused of.
All right, I'm sorry. You all, I don't understand how you do this. That was on 1.25. That was on 1.25.
Criminal conduct and claims to have cut ties with Epstein decades ago. In a joint statement, multiple survivors slammed the government's recent document dump for failing to redact numerous victim identities while also making, quote, abnormal and extreme redactions with no explanation, like page upon page completely blacked out. This is Epstein survivor Charlene Rochard speaking on NBC.
I'm very upset with the justice system because there's full pages that are totally blacked out. Mm-hmm. And I don't know about you, but my name is not a full page. We only ask that our names be redacted. Mm-hmm. That's all we asked for. So pages and pages and pages of black on black on black is just unacceptable.
On Monday, 18 survivors.
And then not to mention the one survivor of Epstein who revealed that, whose private information was revealed in the files where the information that should not have been redacted was redacted and the information that should have been redacted wasn't redacted.
Of Epstein wrote a joint letter condemning the Justice Department's release of just a fraction of the files demanded by law and called on Congress to hold hearings to ensure the Trump administration is fully complying with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. This is Epstein survivor Haley Robson, who voted for Trump in the 2024 presidential election, responding to the new files. She was speaking on CNN.
At the end of the day, I am no longer supporting this administration.
I know.
I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi.
It's hard to understand. It's hard to understand.
Kash Patel.
I know.
I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign, and I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this.
This comes as Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight.
It's like I focus on my empathy for this person as a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein. At the same time, it is difficult to understand supporting Donald Trump.
Committee is asking the DOJ's Inspector General to investigate why the FBI failed to act on a 1996 complaint by survivor Maria Farmer against Jeffrey Epstein that he and his associates were producing child sexual abuse material. Garcia wrote, quote, "For survivors like Maria Farmer, her family, and all the people Jeffrey Epstein abused in the decades that followed this unanswered complaint, this was not merely a missed investigative opportunity. It was a profound betrayal by their own government," unquote. Meanwhile, Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna and Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie, who sponsored the Epstein Files
and that's the thing, is the points that need to be made over and over again is this was a state-sanctioned child sex trafficking ring. The fact that there was this level of corruption, that Jeffrey Epstein was protected for decades, that we may not have definitive proof of who was involved with him, but we know that there were many powerful figures in media, in politics, in finance, etc. And what shouldn't be lost here is this is not just about survivors of this, this horrific abuse getting justice they deserve. This is fully revealing how these systems enable powerful abusers, how they contribute to a society that allows that allows its most vulnerable, which include children, to be victimized, who then are just left as they grow up and become adults to try and seek any legal retribution.
Transparency Act say Attorney General Pam Bondi should be held in contempt, could be fined for every day she fails to release the full Epstein files. For more on all of this, we're joined in our New York studio by Vicky Ward, longtime investigative journalist, host and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Ghislaine, the untold story of the woman in Epstein's shadow, which also became a TV series by the same name. Vicky, welcome back to Democracy Now! First of all, if you can respond to what has happened so far, December 19th was the deadline. That was Friday. Now the Justice Department, days later, after releasing thousands of documents, then erasing them from the website, now calling for for attorneys in the United States to come to the Justice Department and help them redact. What has been redacted? What has not been redacted? Can you respond to all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think right from the get-go, right from when months ago, Pam Bondi said in an interview, "Oh, I've got the Epstein files sitting on my desk. I mean, that was the first indication, I think, of the contemptuous, cavalier attitude that has gone on inside this Justice Department.
Right, she said she was going to release the
She was
so-called
files, they were
client
there on her
list.
desk. I don't think that these thousands and thousands of pages were sitting on her desk. I mean, so, you know, and it's heartbreaking, frankly, to see these files being dribbled out. It's so against the spirit in which the victims went to Capitol Hill, asked for transparency, which bipartisan Congress agreed with them that they are owed this transparency so that crimes like this may never happen again. And now to have this mishmash, which even I, who am not a victim of sexual abuse from Jeffrey Epstein, but I sat through Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and I found it very, very upsetting. I think most of us journalists, you know, we're hard bitten, you know, we've seen some things. It was really difficult to hear the stories of abuse in that courtroom and really difficult to learn the scale of it.
Yes.
And these pages have that story writ large again and again and again. And given the chaos of this rollout, there's no easy way for these survivors to quickly search what they're looking for. I want to see...
That was part of the law, by the way, that
Right.
there had to be a working search function on these documents.
And there isn't. And they have to wade through page after page after page of very, very difficult stuff. I think just on a moral basis, it's disgusting.
It's really important to be talking to you today because years ago you wrote this piece in Vanity Fair. You're the person who spoke to Maria Farmer. Now, that conversation did not appear in Vanity Fair, and if you can remind our viewers and listeners what happened, because this has to do with the collusion of the press with Jeffrey Epstein, but you know her story very well.
Yes.
This woman who for decades has tried to stop the abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, well, I didn't speak to Maria Farmer just once. You know, in the fall of 2002, when I was assigned to write this profile of Jeffrey Epstein, I met with Maria. I spoke to her many, many times. And she said exactly what has now appeared in the FBI's files. She said that in 1996, she had had a horrific night while up in a guest house of Jeffrey Epstein's home on Les Wexner's estate in Ohio. She'd been up there painting. She was an artist. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had come to visit her. There had followed some horrible sexual abuse, after which she had run out of the house, taken her dog, run.
The sexual abuse perpetrated by both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein.
But in all of this, she had left behind a lockbox of nude photographs of her sisters. Not just Annie, there was another sister. And, you know, she was a figurative artist. She, you know, that's the kind of the work that she did. And she was terrified that Epstein was going to do, excuse me, you know, something terrible with these. And she got phone calls from both Epstein and Maxwell threatening her. So she phoned, in fact, she told me she phoned the police in New York first. And they said, this is not for us. This is, you know, going across state lines. You have to phone the FBI. She did phone the FBI. Now, the FBI back in the day, I phoned the FBI.
They threatened to burn her.
But she phoned the FBI about the lockbox and was worried, desperately worried, you know.
Classic, this is not our jurisdiction when we don't want to have to deal with something
What could they do
and
with
treat it seriously.
nude photographs of her sisters who were babies, teenagers.
They were her younger sisters.
And you know, when I was reporting this piece, you know, the FBI tend not to answer journalists like me, so I wasn't able to get that record back then. I also phoned the police, and they didn't produce their records, which I wish they had, because they had a record too. But you know, as I think you know, and a lot of journalists know, how this tragic story ends, which was that when towards the closing of the piece, I had to go to Jeffrey Epstein and to Ghislaine Maxwell with the allegations of both Maria Farmer as to what had happened and her younger sister, Annie, who had said very clearly on the record that she had been taken to New Mexico for a weekend and
To his estate there.
Yes, and you know,
I keep thinking too, you know, without the perseverance of notable female journalists who have worked diligently to expose the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, who were, you know, taking victims seriously when others wouldn't. Shout out Julie K. Brown, who was incredibly instrumental in exposing the details of his sex trafficking operation. And she's an investigative reporter for the Miami Herald, and journalists like Vicky Ward. You know, it's not to say there aren't great male journalists as well, have done some amazing reporting on this, but the only reason, the main reason that anything has been what's been exposed, and the small amount of justice is due to survivors relentlessly trying to get their story out. Female journalists who took them seriously, who listened to them when no one else would, who did everything they could to report on what had been happening for decades. The DOJ was investigating her, which is creepy. Yeah. Does somebody at the DOJ want to, this is Julie K. Brown. Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files attached to a grand jury subpoena? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me? Why was the DOJ monitoring Julie Brown, who was the primary journalist responsible for the huge story in the Miami Herald that brought down Jeffrey Epstein?
Age of 16 and had to have a
Jess, thank you for the 3
topless
months.
massage from Ghislaine Maxwell, and then Jeffrey Epstein one morning jumped into bed for quote unquote a cuddle with her. Epstein went berserk when I put those allegations, as did Ghislaine Maxwell. Absolutely berserk. He, suddenly sent over a whole bunch of paperwork that he claimed were letters from their mother, letters from them that showed that no, this could not be true. And, the next thing I knew was that as we were closing the piece, a fact checker sent me a note saying, "You're not going to believe who's now in the office at Vanity Fair."
I mean, that is terrifying. That is terrifying. Like, I need people to understand that the survivors and the journalists who were working to try and bring Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine and everyone else, bring them to justice and expose what was happening here. Jeffrey Epstein was still running around free. He still had all of, his powerful network, his infinite resources. So they were having to deal with this monster, with this, with this reality that what they were doing could potentially bring could potentially bring harm to them.
Is Jeffrey Epstein, who knows what happened,
Meeting with
Graydon Carter, the editor of the magazine. I do not know what was said in that meeting. I will say, Amy, that
you were about to give birth to twins.
I was at home on bed rest. I thought we were done with this piece. I did find in these files that when the first batch that was released, that there was a section in a binder containing photographs that was called Vanity Fair. I did notice that the photographs in that binder in that section were the ones that were used accompanying my piece in the magazine, which is very unusual because Vanity Fair normally prides itself on its photography as much as it does on its words. So one has to assume they provided the photographs. One has to ask, what was the quid pro quo? My piece finally ran. The Farmer Sisters and their allegations were not in it. And the reason that is so terrible and devastating is that we had exposed them, I had exposed them to Ghislaine Maxwell and to Graydon Carter. And the story doesn't end there. The FBI then phoned me about, I want to say a year later, 2004, about the Farmer Sisters. And I did tell them what had happened. So I would like to see my my interview notes somewhere in these
And you haven't
files.
seen them yet?
No, I have not.
But that certainly is not classified information. That is proof, once again, of all of the information that has not been released.
100%. 100%. The other thing I think you see, it's not just the rollout itself that shambles. The content in it kind of paints a picture of a shambolic FBI. You know, this is an FBI that seems to take its lead quite often from the press. I will say it's interesting, you know, I learned that something I'd reported is kind of laid out on the page clearly, which is that were it not for David Boies, the lawyer who represented Virginia Giuffre in her civil litigation against Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia sued for defamation.
Who brought down Andrew, the prince, no longer.
Right, and Virginia, as we know, tragically died of suicide earlier this year. But you can see in these files, in that litigation, which was in 2016, you can see notes of conversations. David Boies went to the feds. He went to the Southern District, said, you need to look at what is in this discovery, you need to look at these depositions, because this shows the bigger crime. You see the feds tracking this, but you don't see them doing anything. Until, again, you see them pass around links to the Miami Herald, links to Julie Brown's story in end of 2018. And it's almost like they are having to follow, you know, almost, you know, like Inspector Clouseau, these breadcrumbs that are left for them by everybody else. And I'm sure the survivors find this.
I mean, I'm also gonna say, I think a reason for doing that is because they obviously, there were many instances that we know of that the FBI declined to pursue evidentiary statements from survivors, that they hung up on Maria Farmer and her sister when they were trying to provide a statement, that they, you know, federal prosecutors worked to ensure Jeffrey Epstein got a sweetheart deal. So we know that the FBI, this was not just incompetence. This was intentionally choosing to not investigate these crimes with all the evidence and with all the witnesses and survivors who made themselves available. And so I think, too, it's not just them looking at the media to figure out, oh, what's happening here? I think it's them trying to, you know, them wanting to know exactly what the public is going to find out. You know, what is the public going to find out through journalists like Vicky Ward and Julie K. Brown's reporting?
Really disheartening, in a way, to watch.
Why do you think President Trump has approached this the way he has? And what about the information and all that has come out around him? Not necessarily criminal, but the removal of his name from so many different documents. And then you see his name once in a document that was redacted, and so you know that it's actually him. He's the one who campaigned on the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents. Now he had to sign this release into law, but the way they are dragging their feet, talk as we wrap up about what you expect to see, the incredible power of the survivors banding together.
Well, you know, this is speculation, but my gut, and I do know President Trump, it tells me that he doesn't like a story in which there's any sort of grey or nuance that he isn't somehow the best, the absolute best. And you know, and this is a story which again and again and again brings up his past, and a past that presented a very different portrait of Donald Trump than the one he would like to portray now. I will say that, you know, having sat in the Maxwell trial.
Yeah, because Jeffrey Epstein was his best friend, maybe his only friend.
We did see his name come up on the screen, on the flight logs, in that key period when Maxwell and Epstein were grooming and recruiting one of their major victims who was attending Interlochen, a school for artistic, gifted children. You did see Trump's name again and again and again and again on the manifest. And it was a head scratcher because it was really impossible at that time to put the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle together.
Because he denied being on any flights and he denied being at the island.
Well, and I never saw any records of him being on the island. I don't know if he denied being on any flights, but I think that, you know, you can see if you're Trump, this is all too close for comfort. And it's not very comfortable to have these things out. And Trump being Trump, he'd rather not address it.
And where do you see this going for the survivors and for Pam Bondi? Could she be held in contempt?
Well, I really hope Congress does their job. I mean, you know, one of the things we need to see in the Trump administration is the different branches of government actually doing what they're supposed to do and holding each other to account.
Finally, you are the expert on Ghislaine Maxwell. She is now in a minimum security prison.
Yeah, Donald Trump, who was found liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, who has numerous allegations against him. Wow. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would be doing what his best friend was doing. Certainly not.
No sex abuse.
Certainly not a guy who is a rapist, has been convicted of other crimes, has, you know, too many allegations to count. They've all stacked up.
No sex perpetrator has been put in a prison camp like she has after she had interviews with...
Yeah, Donald Trump, who, of course, never forget when he said, grab him by the pussy.
With the deputy attorney general, who was Trump's former attorney. Could you see Trump pardoning her? And she has appealed for the reopening of the case.
Well, I think two of the people who come out absolutely appallingly from this latest document dump is Ghislaine Maxwell in her correspondence with the former Prince Andrew, arranging quote-unquote inappropriate girls for him. I think people will be sickened by that. As regarding a pardon, never say never, but I think President Trump
is that that's Kevin Spacey. Yeah.
A man who's concerned at this point with legacy and with history. And I think if he were to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, that blot would stain all the other things, the accomplishments he likes to talk
Birds
about
of a feather.
that he's done. So I personally would be shocked.
I want to thank you, Vicky Ward. We'll continue to follow the story. Longtime investigative journalist, host, and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Ghislaine, the untold story of the woman in the Epstein shadow,
Bill Clinton,
which also became a TV series by the
Kevin
same
Spacey.
name. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, the worst people you know, all hanging out together and yet had nothing to do with what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. They were just buddies. They were just hanging out. Yeah. not to mention that it completely tracks with everything else that we know of who these people are and what they've done. So anyway, I think I've said my piece here, and I just always think, imagine that this was you. Imagine that you were somebody who went through this and you are still dealing with the pain and the trauma of what happened to you. And you have to see, all these people making jokes about it, not giving a fuck about what was done to you and so many others, and how it was so clearly covered up, how, there's so much corruption on full display in our, in our government, in these systems where the powerful are afforded protection from the crimes that they commit. And that's the thing too, all those fucking letters and all the little notes that they all sent to each other, and how they were not they thought that they were being all tongue in cheek with exposing the fact that they like young girls, that they are pedophiles, that they are criminals, but they weren't. These were people who never had to worry about, never thought about, oh my God, what if we get caught? Oh no. Oh gosh, we better make sure that we really cover our tracks. No, they didn't give a fuck, because they know how the system works. They know their position and what it affords them, and how many people in that network had the ability to ensure that no consequences would come from it. And that's the thing that always stands out to me, is just how fucking blatant it was. Same thing with, every time it's like Harvey Weinstein, P. Diddy, these open secrets. Oh yeah, everybody knew about that. Or yeah, no, a lot of people were aware of what was going on. And that's a part of this that just shatters me, that just disgusts me, and is something that we have to really be fighting against. This belief, this reality, that powerful men make, have that the laws don't apply to them, that they can abuse and harm however many people they want, and nobody's going to do a damn thing about it, that they make the rules. I always used to think that he didn't get caught because he was some criminal mastermind. Turns out he was just rich enough to make everyone turn a blind eye. See, the thing is that him being a criminal mastermind, that's the fiction. That's the movie version of it. That's the myth that we've bought into, that these abusers are some, genius criminal masterminds who have diligently covered their tracks for years. No. The horrible reality is that they don't have to. That power protects. That the system, the system works to enable them. Yeah, not even using a secret code, just saying, come over, do pedophilia. I mean, just, oh my God. How many fucking letters do we have to see of oh, Donald Trump likes them young? They're just saying it. They just say it. All the fucking photos that they draw for each other, all their little ha-ha, hee-hee. Isn't it great that we're all pedophiles and no one's going to do anything about it? Yeah, the audacity of them so brazenly recognizing their impunity. The fucking birthday letter is so insanely damning. I thought that was it. Yeah. Trump on Howard Stern admitting walking in on teen pageants. Yeah, I mean, he has said
a past
creepy, disgusting shit for years about his own daughter.
Interview with Howard Stern now making headlines. Trump talking about how he had free reign at his beauty pageants.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Today, a former Miss Arizona who calls herself a conservative.
He literally is just saying it out loud. I get away with things like that because I'm Donald Trump.
Going public in an interview with KCBS, describing what she says happened backstage with Trump at a Miss USA pageant.
Our first introduction to him was when
FYI, this was not just Donald Trump being a peeping Tom. Donald Trump walking in and, you know, looking at women in various states of undress. This was Donald Trump, who has many, many sexual assault allegations from multiple women who were pageant contestants who were in these rooms that he's like, yeah, I just walked into them. You get away with it.
We're at the dress rehearsal and half naked, changing into our bikinis.
Tasha Dixon detailing her discomfort.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention.
She describes feeling helpless.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. And just the way, too, it's like Donald Trump, you know, Donald Trump saying this and Howard Stern just sitting there and laughing. Like, this is the culture. This is the normalizing of abuse, of, you know, the actions of powerful men, rich men like Donald Trump, where, yeah, no, he can do whatever he wants. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's talk about this racist. Let's talk about, Howard Stern certainly has his fair share of deeply awful, problematic, controversial behavior on his radio show over the years. And even though he's like, I'm getting, you know, I'm progressing. And have you covered Roan? Not yet. That's going to be a part of this discussion. Anyway, anywho, we are moving on to talk about Brigitte Bardot. Brigitte Bardot, who loved animals so much that she just had to be Islamophobic. One of my favorite things I've seen is people trying to be like, okay, yes, she was convicted for inciting racial hatred 5 times. Yes, she said deeply racist shit, but it was because she cared so much about animals. You know, when you talk about how it's bad that your country has become Islamified, but it's simply just because you care very deeply about the welfare of animals, you know. She didn't believe in human rights, unless they were people who looked like her. But she sure did love animals. Oh boy. You know, forget about everything else because at least she loved animals. It is literally the meme from Community. Yes, we talked about this last night.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism. So what?
Many white women who I know who very much so are that meme. They not only can excuse racism, they fully participate in it. But it's okay because they really love animals and they spend a lot of their considerable wealth on animal activism. It's so funny because a lot of publications that have reported on Brigitte Bardot's passing have been like, oh, icon and activist. I'm like, are we forgetting another part here? Are we forgetting another part that I think is crucial to include in a headline about Brigitte Bardot's passing? The fact that she was a virulent racist, that she was so openly far right that a lot of French people were like, yeah, I think we have to take the icon status away. I think we have to stop calling her an icon because she is far white. She is she is really, really racist in a way that even in France felt unacceptable. She's iconically racist. You know, Brigitte Bardot, she just said exactly how she felt. She never held back. All right. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about her.
Hi, Manon. Good to have you with us on the program now. So Brigitte Bardot has a really packed legacy. She's described as a sex symbol. She's, of course, an actress, a singer, an activist as well. For those of our viewers less familiar with her, what do you think she's most known for and will be most remembered for, really?
Well,
yes, hello. Well, Brigitte Bardot was more than a movie star. She was a cultural earthquake, a woman who really changed how the world looked at France, femininity, and freedom. And
yes, that was true. But because the second half of her life, she went full steam on being Nazi Bardot, that actually came to overshadow her legacy as a film icon, as emblematic of ushering in a sexual revolution at a time when, you know, women were expected to be very prim and proper. In the Hollywood film industry, this was the period of time where actresses and their public personas were still heavily controlled by the studio systems. They had them under contract and they controlled every element of their lives. That a woman who was promiscuous, you know, who was like sexually active, who was open about her sexuality, was considered to be bad, to be an evil whore. Promiscuity was this, had a real negative image. And so, yes, when Brigitte Bardot came onto the scene, and in her first film that catapulted her to fame, which was called And God Created Woman, funny enough, this is a film from 1956, she was a sensation overnight. She was a woman who, she was sexually liberated. She, was instrumental in kind of dismantling, not dismantling, but like pushing back against the dumb blonde, the kind of bimbo stereotype that somebody who looked like her would have been relegated to. And so she was, I mean, the term sex kitten was coined by by European and American media to talk about Brigitte Bardot. She was hailed by many feminist writers like Simone de Beauvoir at the time for how revolutionary she was. And she achieved that icon status because of how, because of who she was, and that she was unconventional, and that she represented a new era of freedom. Yeah, because remember, this was the 50s. This was the 50s where women were way more oppressed than they even are today. I mean, still oppressed, but women in the United States couldn't have a credit card, right? They were totally controlled by the men in their lives. They couldn't get divorced. Like, when you were an actress in the very misogynistic studio system, everything about your life and image was so tightly controlled. Yeah, truly, truly second-class citizens. And not that, things are totally equal and great now, but the 1950s was not a good time for women, which is why it's always funny when women will be like, oh, I'm nostalgic for this era. I'm like, really? Really? Why? Because some influencer who has 10 million followers is cosplaying 1950s trad wife. FYI, that woman has a job. She's an influencer. She's making a lot of money cosplaying this nostalgic, conservative traditional era. It was not good. It was not good. And so Brigitte Bardot comes along. She was greatly admired for her beauty, for her comedic sensibilities, for being unapologetically sensual. And it felt like she was really hammering down the walls on a much more conservative, very traditional France, and also, her impact in the United States. And it was like this watershed moment that ushered in this new era, this new, more revolutionary era. And yet, because she was so, in the second half of her life, she retired at 38. Apparently she retired, she claims, because she wanted to do her animal activism, but also, I guess, to spew far-right politics. She became so known for being so incredibly racist and aligning herself with Le Pen's far-right France, and, talking about how France had fallen into disarray, and that they needed to return to this previous era of France when you didn't have all these Muslims and immigrants all over the place and all these gay people. And that then came to overshadow her status and her early legacy as an icon, as like a revolutionary icon.
Very symbolical that she died on a day when cinema itself is celebrating 130 years of existence, since December 28, 1895, when the first ever screening happened in Paris. And so Bardot became an international phenomenon in the 50s with Et Dieu créa la femme, and God Created Woman, directed by her then husband Roger Vadim. And the film shocked audiences, fascinated critics, and made Bardot an overnight symbol of sexual emancipation long before the term.
She was also, a style icon. The beehive hairdo that she had, her very blonde hair, her dramatic winged eyeliner. She was really culturally influential in that way. but she just couldn't not be incredibly racist.
Was widely used. And Hollywood took notice, but Bardot never truly belonged to it. She remains deeply French, which meant resistant to the studio system and the celebrity culture. And she went on to star in La Vérité, The Truth, in 1960, directed by Henri-Georges Clouzot, which really further established her as an international star, particularly in Europe and the US. And later in Jean-Luc Godard's Le Mépris, Contempt, in 1963, she became part of cinema history once again. The film is now considered a masterpiece of modern cinema. But she also starred in lighter, popular films such as Viva Maria in 1965.
Corpse Grinder, thank you for 4 months.
Jeanne Moreau. And by the end of the 60s, Bardot became one of the most photographed women in the world, often compared to Marilyn Monroe. And she influenced fashion, music, pop culture. In 1969, she was even chosen as the model for Marianne, the symbol of the French Republic. And by then, her face had become completely inseparable from the image of France itself.
Now, Manon, she's not unanimously celebrated, though. Why is she so...
Let's talk about the racism.
Controversial.
Well, her later life deeply divided public opinion. In 1973, at just 39 years old and after 46 films, she completely retired from cinema and devoted herself entirely to animal rights activism, founding the Brigitte Bardot Foundation, which played a significant role in changing animal welfare laws in France and Europe. However, in her later years, Bardot became increasingly controversial due to her outspoken and radical political statements, particularly on immigration, Islam, and national identity. And these positions led to legal convictions and alienated much of the public, especially younger generations. As a result, Bardot remains a paradox, a pioneer of female freedom on screen and a deeply polarizing.
She also defended Harvey Weinstein. She defended Gérard Depardieu, who is essentially France's Harvey Weinstein. She defended, who's the other guy? Nicolas Bedos, who was also convicted of sexual assault. So, yeah, there was not a famous male sexual assaulter that she would not defend. And she had a lot to say about the Me Too movement, completely trashed women who were coming forward with their stories.
Public figure off screen. And I think her legacy is really inseparable from both. And if you want to learn more about her, I would recommend the documentary called Bardot, which was just released in France, and we interviewed the director.
Did she defend Roman Polanski? Yes, of course. I think the answer to any question of did Brigitte Bardot defend famous abuser, the answer is going to be yes. Here's the thing. A lot of Hollywood did, yeah, but then over the years they were like, oh my bad. We've talked about that before. Brigitte Bardot was defending Roman Polanski like a couple years ago. She didn't give a fuck. That woman was going to her grave defending child rapists. Serpentine, thank you for the raid.
Laura Thévenet on France 24 a few weeks ago.
Manon Kerjean, France 24's cinema critic. As a reminder, you can, of course, check out clips of that documentary on our website. Manon, thank you very much for that roundup of Bardot's legacy.
Actresses walk out of French Oscars after Roman Polanski wins top awards. We covered this. The César, which is France's equivalent of the Oscars, was thrown into turmoil Friday after director Roman Polanski won top awards, prompting walkouts from actresses and protests outside the venue. This was in 2020. The 86-year-old Franco-Polish director's film, this man is 91, and yet is still alive. His film An Officer and a Spy captured the awards for Best Director and Best Adapted Screenplay, a deeply controversial choice for the French film industry in the #MeToo era. Polanski, who was absent from the ceremony, pleaded guilty to having sex with a 13-year-old girl in the U.S. in 1977, but fled before sentencing. That's rape. He drugged her and he raped her. He has been a fugitive from justice ever since. His win on Friday prompted French actress Adèle Haenel, who last year said she had been sexually abused as a child by another director, who Brigitte Bardot defended, to walk out exclaiming, "Shame." Host of the ceremony, Florence Foresti, later posted an Instagram story with a black screen and the word "disgusted." The French feminist collective Nu Tut also said in a statement that Polanski's win, Nu Tut, that Polanski's win was shameful. The Academy of the César had spat in the faces of victims of pedophile acts, in the face of victims of sexist violence, and more broadly in the face of millions of women in this country. But here, veteran French film actress Brigitte Bardot also defended Polanski in a handwritten message posted on Twitter. Thankfully, Polanski exists and he is saving cinema from its mediocrity. I judge him on his talent and not on his private life. Oh, yeah, because drugging and raping a child is simply someone's private life. I regret never having shot with him. So, in answer to your question of did Brigitte Bardot defend Polanski? Yes, and she regrets never having shot with him. So, that's because she retired at the age of 38. She's like, I wish I had not retired for the animals so that I could have made a film with Polanski. No, it's never just racism. No, that's how bigotry works. That's how it works. Defending him when not having even worked with him is somehow even more unhinged. Right. It's like one thing when someone who's like, I worked with them and they were always so respectful and blah, 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 blah. It's still fuck you. But never having even worked with him. Oh my God. Brigitte always finds a way to just top the worst people. Just you take someone who sucks and BB finds a way to one up that. Orain, thank you for the gifted LGBT sound system. Thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, really twisting the knife in. Okay. Mourning Brigitte Bardot doesn't mean absolving her. When I heard that French actor and animal activist Brigitte Bardot had died at 91 on Sunday, my first thought was of blasting her song Les Cheveux dans le Vent nonstop with my mom when I was a kid. She was also, she was a singer as well, in addition to being an actress. And even after she retired, she still continued to do music. She was introducing me to the Gaelic Yeye pop and its various offshoots that had soundtracked her own childhood. My second thought, though, was somewhat less nostalgic and pleasant. I recalled Bardot's late-in-life shift to supporting right-wing political candidates, her way of coldly dismissing actresses who came forward about their experiences of sexual harassment during the Me Too movement, and how she was fined multiple times by the French government for inciting racial hatred with her blatantly bigoted comments about Muslims. How do we have that in our government? Can we make that a thing? Can we can people be criminally charged for being so deeply Islamophobic, right? You know, we have many people in politics and in media. they get promoted. Yeah, inciting hatred. Oh, free speech. I know. Free speech, America. Don't worry about your grocery prices and lack of health care, because at least we have the freedom to say slurs and blame Muslims for every single thing that happens in this country and incite hatred towards them. It's perhaps only natural that so many eulogies to Bardot focus on her positive qualities, from her influential style to her devotion to animals. But in this moment of steadily rising Islamophobia, it's hard to square those celebrations with the opinions of a woman who railed against immigration and publicly stated her opposition to the so-called Islamization of France in her 2003 book, A Cry in the Silence. Oh, je blah. Ah, what a blog. What a joke. A Cry in the Silence. And she's screaming about the Islamization of France. Few would dispute Bardot's part in embodying and advancing the sexual revolution, but was that role or any other facet of her legacy powerful enough to outweigh her history of hate speech? Death often has a kind of flattening effect on legacy. It's hard to talk about a celebrity like Bardot, someone who brought entertainment and joy to millions, yet also sowed hatred and bigotry with the requisite amount of nuance. But it's our collective responsibility not to let her legendary beauty... Yeah, I'm sorry, but no one is hot enough to have their bigotry be excused, okay? You can't be like, yeah, but she was a babe. But it's our collective responsibility not to let her legendary beauty and talent obscure the ugliness of her Islamophobia, sexism, and far-right apologia. No less an authority on complex personal legacy than F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote in his posthumously published 1945 essay collection, The Crack-Up, that the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. And Bardot's death presents a rare cultural opportunity to put that test into action. Instead of limiting our mourning to looking nostalgically back at old photos of a beehived, bikini-clad Bardot and playing Bonnie and Clyde on a loop, let's ask ourselves the hard questions about how Bardot's embodiment of prototypically perfect white womanhood relied upon systemic marginalization and outright racism, problems that persist in France to this day. Yeah, you know when the French public is calling someone a racist, that they are extra racist. Okay? After all, if we rush to sanitize our one-time icons in death, what message are we sending to those who are still living? Oui. Io Debris' French woman skit will always be relevant. I know. I love this. Didn't she... Wait, wasn't this one of the ones where I miss old Io. See, this is what happens when someone gets too famous. When someone who was just like one of the people, you know, when they get famous, they're not doing this shit anymore. They're not talking shit on J-Lo.
Je sais pas, c'est difficile pour moi. My son, I have sons. The racism that we face today in France it's different. American racism is bad, it's evil. In France, there's none of that. We're very nice to black people every day. TV, black person, Lisa Nas X, Marie, c'est tout black, c'est all black. My son in school, every book he's reading, c'est Giovanni's Room, Jim Baldwin, Toni Morrison, c'est everybody black. And he comes from school to me crying. He's crying every day, saying, "Oh, Mama, I wish I was black. I wish I was gay." It's very sad. It's triste. And he's afraid. He's afraid to touch women. He doesn't know. How can he be a man? He cannot touch women because he's afraid. I'm in love, or suddenly me too. C'est très triste. I don't know. That is the racism that we face today, of course.
I have also always died to know if there was just like a get together happening in the background and she said to her friend, "Hey, will you record this? I'm going to do a quick 1.5-minute sketch." And people in the background just so used to it. not even blinking an eye. Maddie V, thank you for 24 months. Okay, so let's talk about the Chappell Roan element of what. Why is Chappell being dragged in the discourse around Brigitte Bardot now being dead and also having been very racist? Okay, so Chappell praised Brigitte Bardot upon learning of the French actress's death. And she wrote in, where's the first Instagram story? She wrote something like, it was like RIP to an icon who inspired Red Wine Supernova. And there's a line in Red Wine Supernova where she goes, hold on, I'll just, Red Wine. She was a Playboy, Brigitte Bardot.
She was a
playboy. Yeah, so it's right at the beginning. It's literally the first line.
She was a playboy, Bridget Bardot. She showed me things I didn't know.
Okay, the song rules. Okay, this post has her initial post. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So she wrote this on Instagram. She was my inspiration for Red Wine Supernova. Rest in peace, Miss Bardot, with a classic photo of her, big bangs, beehive, the whole shebang. And then people were like, oh, girl. Hey, girl, that woman was a racist. You know how internet users speak. And Chappell was not the only one, mind you. I have seen other celebrities who initially posted and were like, RIP to an icon, you know, beautiful photo of Brigitte Bardot, and then went, oops, I didn't know. Oops. So Chappell, less than 24 hours after posting this, then posted, holy shit, I did not know all that insane shit Miss Bardot stood for. Obs, I do not condone this. Very disappointing to learn. Which is, the whole thing just kind of made me laugh. One, I believe her because a lot of people didn't know. And as I said at the beginning of stream, a lot of these motherfuckers online trying to act as if they are all seeing that they know everything, even when they found out 2 seconds earlier from a tweet that they saw. Okay, that's how it works. We learn things that we didn't know, but then we don't turn around and act as if we've always known that to be true. I will say, especially, I don't think younger generations in the United States of America know much about Brigitte Bardot. Maybe they recognize her. If they see an old photo of her, they're like, oh yeah, she looks familiar. Or maybe they know the name because she was, you know, so influential in pop culture, but they don't fucking know about all the shit she was up to in France. People in France know. A lot of people in France know. But still, it's probably something that, like, I can't imagine younger generations in France are as aware, more aware than I would say in the United States, but still, like, Brigitte Bardot was 91, even though she was still out there, you know, doing her thing. She was not relevant like she was in her heyday. So she fell off. Okay, so yeah, after getting some pushback from fans who informed the singer that the late French star was famous for right-wing views that led to convictions for inciting hatred in French courts. It was not surprising that Roan would have at least some praise for Bardot, having name-checked her in the very first line of one of her most famous songs, Red Wine Supernova, which begins with the lyrics, she was a playboy, Brigitte Bardot, she showed me things I didn't know. Because, again, a lot of people who only kind of know the pop culture icon, Brigitte Bardot, the way that she's been referenced in media and in culture, they only know her as like a sex symbol, as like, you know, a fashion icon, as, as like a feminist, as, you know, a feminist icon. Sean Baker posted about Bardot and is blocking people and deleting comments, calling it out on his Insta. Sean is like, you are not going to stop me from being horny for Brigitte Bardot. None of y'all. I don't give a shit. Oh, Sean Baker. Oh. Yeah, every day I become less and less convinced that he was following the IDF Babes account for research. Oh boy. Still, it did come as a shock to some Roan devotees that she did not qualify that with a disavowal or at least acknowledgement of the extremely polarizing social views Bardot became most famous for later in life. Her follow-up message pleaded ignorance of what some fans would consider Bardot's dark side. Bardot's reputation has been fractured in the decades following her 1960s peak as a cinematic sex symbol who also appeared in art films like Contempt, Les Contentes. Outside of the realm of film, some remember her best for her animal activism and founding the Brigitte Bardot Foundation in the 1980s to advocate for animal rights. Others know her primarily for her statements against Muslims in European life, as Bardot was convicted 5 times in France on charges of inciting racial hatred. Wrote Le Monde in a remembrance of Bardot on Monday, Brigitte Bardot, the actress, was known for Les Mépris. Bardot, the political figure, embodied racial hatred. Convicted 5 times for inciting racial hatred, she remained for 3 decades an exception in French culture, the only celebrity to openly defend the far right. Le Monde further said her advocacy for animals went hand in hand with her Islamophobia. Bardot first raised her voice to write a letter about animal slaughter on the Muslim holiday of Eid. I can't remember. Eid al-Kabir? Eid. Yes, Eid al-Kabir. Then eventually took that objection much further. They slaughter women. I'm sorry, just this line is killing me. Her advocacy for animals went hand in hand with her Islamophobia. Many such examples. They slaughter women and children, our monks, our civil servants, our tourists, and our sheep. One day they'll slaughter us and will have deserved it. Is she saying, fuck it, I'm saying it, America deserved 9/11? Hold on. Wait a second. She wrote in Foreseeing a Muslim France. Bardot had been married since the 1990s to Bernard Dormal, who served as advisor to Jean-Marie Le Pen, founder of the far-right Front National, a Nazi. Jean-Marie Le Pen was a Nazi. Roan is far from the only popular singer to have called out Bardot in song as an iconic reference, if not necessarily a deeply personal one. Olivia Rodrigo compared the subject of her song Lacey to Bardot reincarnate. Going all the way back to 1963, Bob Dylan wrote the lines on his Free Willin' Bob Dylan album. Well, my telephone rang, it would not stop. It's President Kennedy calling me up. He said, my friend Bob, what do we need to make the country go? I said, my friend John, Brigitte Bardot. Yeah, I have a feeling that Bob Dylan is not one of the celebrities out here going, oh no, I didn't know that Brigitte Bardot was super duper bigoted. I don't think Bob Dylan gives a shit. Anyway, so I think it's very silly that Chappell Roan fans are not even, I mean, I don't even know if these are like real Chappell Roan fans or just people on the internet who have time on their hands today, but trying to cancel her and be like, I can't believe that Chappell Roan aligns with far right icon Brigitte Bardot. People are constantly trying to get her on something. I agree. There is this thing I have noticed with Chappell Roan where people are always trying to get a gotcha. They are always trying to like prove somehow that Chappell's actually problematic, that she has everybody fooled. I think a lot of this comes from K-Hive. I think this comes from disgruntled K-Hive members who are still hanging on to the K-Hive, still out there fervently wishing that we have Kamala 2028. And I think the K-Hivers are, I think they're a part of it. I have no evidence, but I just know the Barbs are behind this. I would believe that as well. I'll be willing to believe that Barbs have something to do with this too. Yeah, a lot of people keep trying to be like, she's from Missouri. Her uncle's a conservative politician, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, all right. That is not fair. And also, disregarding everything Chappell Roan has said to try and pretend like she's MAGA by proxy. She ain't no Sydney Sweeney. She ain't no Sydney Sweeney. Garbanzo Bins, thank you for the 2 months. Nikki, thank you for the 28 months. Anyway. Yeah, I just think it's really funny in a very obnoxious way that internet users love to do this thing. They love to pretend that something they just learned about is something that not only have they known forever, but something that everyone else should know as well. And that's just not how it goes. And I'm glad that Chappell Roan is a person who, when she found out about Brigitte Bardot, past the her being a sex symbol icon, feminist hero, was like, oh shit, my bad. I had no idea. I do not condone any of this, obviously. Just to be clear. Like, it's that simple. That's how it goes. It doesn't, we overcomplicate everything. We hold everyone except ourselves to the standard of you need to know everything all the time. And if you don't, you're either a liar or you're a liar. You're a liar. And even if you say, oops, I had no idea. Now I know. Don't care. Don't care. We don't give a shit. We're just gonna keep hammering this. Like dogs who have gotten their teeth into a steak. Yeah, why didn't you already know about this thing that I didn't previously know about either, but I'm going to pretend like I did? Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Chappell. Actually, I know everything because I watched a super in-depth TikTok last week. I mean, like, I am a person who talks a lot about culture and cultural figures. And if I came into this stream with an attitude of, one, how the fuck do you guys not know this shit? And expecting everyone to know every single thing that I'm talking about, that would be silly. That would be what's my purpose here then? What is my purpose as a pop culture justice warrior? The whole point is I hope that people learn things from my stream. I hope that in the many topics that we discuss here, that you pick up a fact or two. My only BB knowledge has come from this stream. I feel like admitting ignorance in topics opens up multiple opportunities, combos that will educate you. Yes, and that's why I've done the I changed my mind on segment a couple times in the past, because one, I always like to kind of check in and know, what my work here is doing. And I think it's good to be striving for this place where we are okay with acknowledging that we didn't know something, or that we had only been privy to the dominant narrative, only one perspective. And it's good. It's good to change your mind, to take in new information, to engage in this way. I came in here thinking, who cares? She's a little racist, she's problematic grandma, and holy shit, she's Nazi. Yeah, no, this isn't just like your grandma says some questionable things. This is Brigitte Bardot, who was a very, very famous figure who had icon status, married the advisor to Jean-Marie Le Pen, and used her, used her notoriety and her fame to spew hatred, and like not just spewing hatred and being convicted 5 times for inciting racial hatred. That's how bigoted she is. She was. Well, you don't know how racist our grandmas are? Yeah, well, that's true. It is, look, there is always a difference between some normie, which is probably most y'all's grandmas, unless one of you in here, your grandma's Brigitte Bardot, but between like normal civilians, and then somebody who had reached the status that Brigitte Bardot did, somebody who influenced millions of people who had cultural power. And luckily, a lot of people in France seem to reject it. And we're like, okay, that's a little bit too racist. You've gone a little too far. Unfortunately, you are sounding like a Nazi. So that is a difference there. That is a difference between, your racist uncle at the Thanksgiving dinner table and then a racist politician who has power and who is affecting legislation in this country, right? Racism that is weaponized and used to commit real harm. And it's not to say that bigoted normies aren't, it's not a problem. It contributes to a culture overall that is accepting and normalizing of this bigotry that allows people in power to spew this and to pass bad legislation. But there is that difference when somebody has influence like Brigitte Bardot did. She's actually been fined 6 times, most recently in 2021 for a 2019 letter. Ooh, sorry, not 5, but 6. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It is quite unfortunate when somebody who once upon a time was seen as ushering in a new era, was seen as a revolutionary icon in her, in how she behaved and who she was, who turned around and actually was like, no, I very much so do not believe in any type of revolution. In fact, I believe in a traditional era of France, one that in Nazi terms is often, what they refer to as the golden era of when France was thriving and decadent, and you didn't have all these brown people everywhere. You didn't have all these homos, these homosexuals. Too many homosexuals. Les homosexuels. Les homosexuels en France. Les gays. Je déteste les gays. Caroline, please. What do we have here? We have Kevin Spacey performing in Tel Aviv. Classic. At what point are defenders of Israel going to take stock of all the pedophiles, all the rapists, all the abusers who find refuge in Israel? Time and time again. Time and time again. This just so happens to be the case. Truly, fork found in kitchen. Water is wet. Water is wet. Wow.
His name was Bojangles. And then he'd dance for you.
Yeah, that's kind of the new like grifting to the right. Not new because it's all, it's all fascism, but finding your people in your audience, your new fans, your new home in Israel.
Dance a lick right across the cell. Grabbed his pants in the best.
Oh boy.
Says a lie. That's life, and I tell you, I can't deny it. Many times I thought of quitting, baby, but my heart won't buy it. And I will never forget hearing the...
Oh, what a fucking loser. As if he couldn't get more pathetic. Here is him. Here's him when he was younger. At the... touching the wall.
Remarkable words of the great playwright Eugene O'Neill.
Oh, fuck off.
In fact...
Sorry. Also, the way that this is cut together. Oh, it's such clown shit. This is such clown shit. Sorry for those who missed Kevin Spacey's snazzy performance in Tel Aviv. Maybe next year. Yeah, I'm sure there will be a next year because this is what people like Kevin Spacey have found themselves as their opportunity to try and stage a comeback. I thought Me Too got him canceled. Nope, he's out there tapping and singing. He's out there tapping and singing. Is that what he's doing? Is that what we're calling it now? I don't know who this is. Deborah Fauci. This looks like that's not a real photo. Okay. Mostly satire. Former liberal. No, this cannot be. No way. They have a Substack called The Woke Observer. No. The Woke Observer. About. Welcome to The Woke Observer, home of Unwoke, weekly woke drop, and the Unwoke Diaries. I write satire, essays, and personal dispatches about the cult of wokeness, cultural absurdities, politics, media, and moral panics. If you've ever read the news and thought, there's no way this is real, then you're in the right place. Oh, thank God. I have been waiting for something like this my entire life. Oh, thank you. Thank you, oh holy leader, President Trump. Thank you. Never mind that my health insurance costs $500 a month and doesn't cover shit, because at least we have this freedom back, y'all. Is owning a dog racist? Yeah, this looks like some good stuff here. Some good stuff. Yeah, taking a quick look here at Deborah Fauci's page. I can tell that she is a great warrior against woke. She is doing satire like no one has done before. I will be giving up my health insurance so I can afford more subscriptions to anti-woke journalism. Yes, we must support Deborah Fauci and her need to get even more lip filler. a very real looking human being. How about Spacey in Italian miniseries? Oh my God.
After years away from television, Kevin Spacey is officially returning. And not in the way most
Yeah,
people
he's also crying constantly about how he's in debt. And he's
But
like, I'm
His
bankrupt.
comeback series is called Mini Market, a new international comedy TV series recently revealed through Industry Markets and confirmed by Variety. This marks Spacey's first scripted television role since House of Cards, and that alone has put the project under a spotlight. But Mini Market isn't a Hollywood studio production. It's an Italian-developed series built for international audiences, and it's currently being shopped to global buyers. As of now, no streaming
Hogan,
platform
thank you for the
or
gifted.
no network has
Biodrama,
picked
thank
it
you
up
10
yet.
months. Hogan for the other
The
gifted.
show is set around a small neighborhood convenience store, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. And secrets.
Also, I like how many of these photos are Kevin Spacey back in his glory days, like him holding up awards that he won.
Don't stay hidden for long. The tone is described as comedy with social satire, using everyday characters
Wow.
and a small power struggles to explore bigger ideas about control, community. and
Italians are the
human
real
behavior.
POC.
Spacey plays a central figure connected to a store, but full character details and a supporting cast have not been announced yet. There is no release date, no trailer, and no filming timeline confirmed so far. What
Okay,
makes
so
Mini Market notable isn't just
he's killing it. he's doing great. Looks like he is really thriving. All right.
It's one thing.
Okie dokie. I wonder if let's see, 240. I might pop this to 1.25. Let's see. Okay. We are going to talk about Miss Onika Tanya Mirage, aka Nicki Minaj, aka Mega Minaj. And one thing that I will say with joy, with a sense of joy, is I have noticed that people don't seem to be scared of the Barbs like they used to. The Barbs became synonymous with like crazy stand-ums who will try and get you killed, who will, do things like try and find Meg Thee Stallion's mother's grave so that they can piss on it. The Barbs fell off. I will say, one, I think more and more of Nicki's fans couldn't hang on any longer. And those who did, the ones who their entire identity is Nicki Minaj. And so everything to them is just in service of their queen. They don't give a shit about politics. They don't care about any of these real world consequences. They don't have the power that they had, because Nicki has reached a point where a lot of people are talking about her. And a lot of people are shitting on her. So frankly, I think it's kind of one of those, like, there's too many targets to hit. There's too many now perceived enemies that they can't go after them. They can't go after them all. They've been declawed. They don't have the cards. Alhamdulillah, they are failing. They are falling. They have been debarbed. They've been debarbed. And I think that is a good thing. I think it is good that we can kind of collectively breathe again, that at least one stand-up has fallen. And you should not be afraid to call out Nicki Minaj, as a lot of people are doing now, because of the fear that she will weaponize what remains of her fan base. Nicki Minaj has fully made her decision here. She is now seeking to appeal to MAGA, to people who aren't going to fucking listen to her music. Okay, these are not her stans. They are pretending that they've got Nicki Minaj up on their Spotify, on their Apple Music. They ain't listening to it. Charlie Kirk talks shit about Nicki Minaj. They look at Nicki Minaj and the Barbs as what's wrong with America. And so, Nicki Minaj, she's an immigrant. She is a Black woman. She talks, raps about sex and other promiscuous things. Her fans a lot of them are or were gay. She was this LGBTQ queen. And this is not a person who on paper is who MAGA is going to stan. So they're pretending now. I had a couple tweets about Nicki Minaj, just a couple tweets about her. And now I have conservatives who are really doing their best to try and defend and pretend that they're all on the same team. A message from Dr.
Your
Umar.
melanin has been snatched. You have now been 1,000 lashes and your melanin has been snatched. You have now been completely dismissed from the African race. We hope Caucasian Nation will accept you as one of their own because your melanin is snatched. Your melanin is snatched. Your melanin is
Caucasian
snatched.
Nation!
1,000.
Holy shit. Not Caucasian Nation. Here's what I said about Nicki. She defends pedos, hates unsuccessful Black women, starts beef with babies, is transphobic. Just, to name a few things. Of course, she's threatened on stage at Toilet Paper USA. I would expect nothing less at this point. And then I drew attention to the fact that Nicki Minaj, who's been embroiled in many lawsuits, including one where a security guard said he was assaulted by her husband, who was convicted for the attempted rape of a 15-year-old. Never forget. She owes him $500,000 and has been refusing to pay up. And so a judge may force a sale of her $20 million home over the debt that she owes to this security guard. And on top of that, other lawsuits that she is still that are still ongoing. Still ongoing. Okay, let's watch. So this is a bit fruity. This is Matt Bernstein's podcast. And he has on Olay and Kat Tenbarge, all friends of the show. All friends and friends of the show. Hogan, thank you for another gifted sub. Her running away from Insta? Yeah, because didn't she lose like 10 million followers? 10 million followers in like the first 48 hours after she made her appearance at Toilet Paper USA.
Dear young man.
Was that not real? Well, in my mind, it was real.
You have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. Handsome, dashing president.
I feel like her heart's not in it. Nicki, we see you trying to, trying your best, but your best isn't good enough to compliment the physical appearance of Donald Trump. Yeah, when you think of Donald Trump, you think handsome and dashing. Because I sure do. I think about Donald Trump and I'm like, forget about everything else. Who cares about everything else Donald Trump has done and is currently doing? Because man, oh man, could he give Robert Redford a run for his money?
So Nicki Minaj, as I'm sure you've seen, joined Erica Kirk on stage at Turning Point USA's America Fest, which is basically the huge conference that Turning Point does every year since 2021 to make content that will indoctrinate American youth into conservatism. And I wanted to play one clip that I selected from their discussion.
If as Black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as Black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty.
Yes, famously in Western societies, in American culture, blonde-haired and blue-eyed women are the most oppressed women. Their blonde-haired and blue-eyed nature has been rejected, is not considered to be any standard of beauty. Certainly, famously so oppressed. Whereas Black women, on the other hand, I mean, come on. Black women have it too good. All right? Black women who, man, people don't stop talking about Black women being the standard of beauty, how everything in our culture is geared towards upholding the genetics and the physical appearance of Black women as the standard, as what is beautiful in America. You know what's fucking rich? You know what's fucking rich here? Nikki, I mean, a lot is rich. A lot is very rich. Nikki is funny in talking about how, not just what she said there, but she also talked about how she wants little black girls to think they're beautiful, but that doesn't mean needing to put little girls with blonde hair and blue eyes down, as she was praised by JD Vance. Nicki Minaj famously hates on Black women. And with exceptions of like Miley Cyrus, she doesn't have the same smoke for white women. In fact, recently in round number, I've lost track at this point, when she was coming for Cardi B and also was insulting Cardi B's little daughters, little children, she simultaneously was, announced herself as a Swiftie, was, talking about how amazing Taylor Swift is and how Life of a Showgirl is just the best album. But what she was live tweeting her listening to the album. So it's not lost on me that Nikki frequently does this, where she has all of the smoke for Black women who tend to be younger than her, tend to be on the rise, really breaking through in the music industry. And she doesn't have that. Not that I think she should, but she doesn't treat white female artists the same way. And I think we know why. I think we know why Nikki has for years now always attacked Black women who she viewed as a threat, who she just could not stand to see achieving success in the industry. She has this deep insecurity and this sense of, if it weren't for me, then you would have nothing. And it's like, Nikki, people acknowledge the fact that you inspired them, that you did break barriers, that you were, you were a rap icon, and all of this praise. And yet all you have done is karate chop the ladder behind you. You do not want to see Black women succeed in your industry. And especially when they're younger than you. And the older she has gotten, it's become clearer and clearer that she is only internalizing this hatred, this misogyny, this misogynoir even more, and then unleashing herself on countless Black artists. She cannot let go that she's like, I'm the queen of rap. I was the only female rap star, which is like, okay, that's not true. You definitely, you know, you definitely broke records and barriers and et cetera, et cetera. But there were women before you. You were not the first, and nor are you the last. Yeah, she's always doing Lil' Kim and Missy Elliott and Queen Latifah erasure, which it's because Nicki, you know, the level of success she achieved, the designated nickname of Queen of Rap, she has held on to, but it has hardened her. It has made her, it's made her so bitter, and it's every other day that she is going after another Black female artist. In just this last year, I've lost track of how many beefs Nicki has started, and it always ends up being one-sided, because she'll usually start it, and then when, you know, the person that she's beefing with is like, okay, I've had enough of you. All right, girl. Okay, see ya. She just keeps going. She just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And anyway, so I was like, it's hilarious of Nicki to say she wants little Black girls to think they're beautiful, considering she called a 7-year-old Black girl an ugly roach, a monkey, and that she was going to kick her gums back into formation. Does that sound like somebody who wants little Black girls to feel beautiful? Does that sound like somebody who stands up for Black girls and Black women, that in her beef with Cardi B, she decided that it was a good idea to say this about her 7-year-old daughter? Yeah, I know. And then this guy, I told you, the conservatives, they are trying to the best of their ability to now be Nicki Minaj defenders, even though Nicki and the Barbs are the type of people that they hate. And they, it's like they'll now side with Nicki because Nicki is going, I love Trump. I love MAGA. You guys are amazing. I love white people. Black people have had it too good. Blah, 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 blah. And they're like, I can get behind that. Yeah, the red boxes are killing me. Wow. You know what's funny? It's like the worst crime that people can discover of mine, the worst tweets that they'll dig up. And I say this as somebody who's in an industry where frequently people around me, their tweets are being dug up. And it's like, here's the N-word. Oh, here's you just being super racist. The worst thing that I have done is to be a cringe liberal. Is to I mean, at the time I really believed that that could change the world. You were valid for that tweet. I mean, basically what this was, if I'm looking back, it was during the Black Lives Matter protests. And this is before I had a Twitter following. I was just a normie. I was very frustrated because a lot of people were posting about the protests, were drawing attention to the systemic brutality and centuries of racism, violent racism that Black people have faced in this country. And, you know, it was, we were seeing all of that in the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. And I was fed up because this was also at a point where we were doing Zoom calls. Okay. This is COVID era. I was leading Zoom calls with my friends from college, girls who I was in a sorority with, who were posting like Blue Lives Matter flags and who were saying, you know, well, how come white lives matter too, blah, blah, blah. And I was just sick and tired. And of course, there were no black people in this friend group of mine from college. So I, as the one of two people of color, the other one who married a conservative, I was leading these Zoom calls. I was like, hey, we need to have a check-in here, and I need you guys to know what's going on. And so I was just fucking annoyed because in between posts of protests and sharing information, people I went to school with were posting photos of like their babies that they just had, whatever. Okay, I get it. Social media is, you use it for all sorts of purposes. But at the time I was crashing out. I was like, who the fuck do you think you are right now? Like, especially as I felt at the time, I was like, especially as a white person in this moment, you're going to ignore everything that's happening. You're going to ignore, some of the biggest protests that have ever happened in this country so that you can keep sharing photos of your kids. I don't give a fuck. No one cares. No one cares. And, I've always said, I mean, babies in general kind of look like aliens, but I always think white babies look like little businessmen. They always remind me of Boss Baby. And I have white babies in my family, and I would say that about them as well. They look like you put a little suit on them and, they should be in Congress. But yeah. Anyway, so I am anti-white yet again. I am being canceled for my racism against white people. It was all pure rage. People meant well, though. Yeah. Now, today, I would make the point that I was trying to make then in a very different way. Like I said, that was also an era where I still believed, in liberalism, and yeah, I think, as a former white baby as well, I'll allow it. I mean, I'm a half white baby. Okay. Let's be real. And if I have a baby, my baby is going to be looking like real white. All right. If Will and I have a baby, I'm telling you right now, that baby is going to look like a little creature, and I will love it nonetheless. But I think it's okay to acknowledge, the babies can look weird. All right. Babies can look real weird. And it's one of those, they'll grow into their cuteness. They'll grow into it. Some of my friends, their kids, they're cute now, but when they were born, no. I just, you know what? So sue me. Okay. So sue me for being honest. We don't have to pretend as if all babies are equally cute when they're born and in those initial stages when they really, really can look like little alien creatures. Girl, yo, baby ugly. They were curled up in a ball for months. They can be ugly. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Who cares? Hot take, most babies look like ugly ducklings. Yeah, and look, they're precious. They're precious. Doesn't mean they're not precious, but anyway. We gotta stop pretending all babies are cute. Yeah, quote that. Caroline Kwan, 2025. December 29th, 2025. Actually, it kind of is like an alien. They come out of a jelly-filled sack. Yes. Yes. They come out of an alien-filled sack. Anyway, that was when I used Twitter too as a lot of times I would kind of be responding to my my own personal life, and I was really fed up with the intentional ignorance of people that I was once friends with, that I went to college with, that I spent time and energy trying to educate, people who, I don't talk to anymore. I'm like, okay, you go live your life. Great. But yeah, back when Twitter was more like a journal. Yes, very much so. It was like a journal. What do you say to a proud parent showing off their ugly babies? You say congratulations. Congratulations. Smiley face. That's another reason I left Facebook. That was the ultimate catalyst. I think that was my last ever post on there about, yeah, I mean, y'all remember back in that time too, this was not something where like a few people, you know, a few diehard leftists were posting about these protests. These were, I mean, I would have to, I believe the protests for Palestine because also of how vastly global those protests have been. I think numbers wise is more than the Black Lives Matter protests, even though there were global Black Lives Matter protests as well. But it was a major, major moment in our culture, in our history. And it was definitely something where if you were choosing to ignore it, you know, not have any thoughts whatsoever, that was intentional. Like there was no way, especially for my friends who are college educated, who are, I know, people who have, you know, enough awareness to be like, who cares? Whatever. And it was like, you know, your whiteness is showing. Yeah, of course you can disregard this. Of course this is something that you think it doesn't affect you at all. And I'm not trying to be the like, I'm not trying to be the young people in Eddington, as, you know, at the scenes of them that depict a satirical look at that time. But it's something that still, I mean, I have felt this way. I have felt this way with people in my life who say absolutely nothing about what has been happening in this country, you know, our actions in Israel, you know, in Palestine. Just, you have nothing to say. There's absolutely nothing except for when Charlie Kirk died. And that was when people finally had something to say. Finally made a political post. When Charlie motherfucking Kirk died, I'm like, oh, that's your line. I see. Okay. So forget about everything else. But Charlie Kirk dying is what spurs you to action. Yeah. I'm taking note of that. I think a lot of us probably experience that with people from, you know, either high school, college, whatever, where they've had nothing to say about anything that's happening except for either when Trump was had his ear shot and when Charlie Kirk was actually assassinated, actually killed. Yeah, they are Charlie Kirk carrying the flame.
Understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look?
Your thoughts?
It is a big year for Nicki Minaj haters.
It sure is. I'll be right back.
I never believed that I could get such a. You see, look at her. Oh,
it's dark. the fact that the crowd was like gassing her up so much, I'm sure that felt good for her because like she hasn't been in a situation for a while where she has like this many people being like, yes, as she's saying something so dumb.
It's sad because something is obviously, I don't know what. I see everybody on the internet is like, oh, our house is about to get foreclosed. She must be looking for a pardon for her husband. I don't know. I don't know what the state of Nicki Minaj affairs are, although I do know it's looking financially bleak. They are looking to foreclose that house. So
yeah, we'll get into that.
Obviously something is going on because it's just clear propaganda. I went and watched the entire thing and you can see that Nicki Minaj she not only has no fucking idea what she's talking about. They were like, tell us about your relationship with God. She was like, but she would like pause and Erica Kirk would try to like pick up the slack, like use that opportunity. She'd say some bullshit about how much she loves Nicki to try to give her a second to like come up with a talking point. But every question was designed like Nicki sits and goes, stay down and say again. Oh, what do you want to say to young women? And Nicki was like, and then she pulls out, Black women, stop hating on white women. That's what she comes up with. The most oppressed group in America right now are blonde hair, blue-eyed white women who are being made to feel like they don't look good, like they can't be beautiful. It's such explicit propaganda. It's clear like they had shit in whatever contract she signed, like whatever amount of money she took for this thing, they were clear that you need to hit certain points because she went out of her way to say, I have been all over the world. I am a superstar, but nothing has ever felt important like what I'm doing here.
I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this.
How do her fans feel about that? The Barbs who have held on? Barbs, how does that make you feel? It's a therapist moment here. And how does that make you feel? That Nicki Minaj basically said, fuck y'all, you don't compare to the Toilet Paper USA crowd. Those of you who have given me your money, who have given me your time, your attention, your devotion. See ya. Sorry, you're not MAGA.
Because this is a direct link for
Barbs who went to her concerts watching this, like, wait a second.
People. This is a direct link between young people and God.
This is the thing. I believe in Nicki. I believe several things. I believe Nicki is a jackass. I do believe that Nicki has stupid views that go to the right. But I don't believe that Nicki Minaj believes what the fuck she's talking about.
No. The fact that the right is eating it up just speaks to how little you have to say and do to impress them.
Well, right.
Because like, to your point, like she's not even really making any coherent sense. It's just like they hear the buzzwords of like, you can be blonde, you can be a man. Like, and people are like, we love this.
It's JD Vance's whole thing.
And the other thing too is what Nicki likes is that they're all applauding her. That any stupid fucking word that comes out of her mouth, even when she calls JD Vance an assassin, that they are like, yeah, woo! She doesn't have to worry about, oh, God forbid, people calling her out on her problematic behavior. So I agree with Ole. I don't think Nicki Minaj actually believes these words that are coming out of her mouth. I think she's doing what all these grifters do, and she's saying what these people want to hear.
Should even be able to do something as beautiful as get married. You don't feel foolish or crazy. Nikki, how do you get off of a tour where you were on stage performing to a bunch of adult homosexual men who wear pink clothes and call themselves Barbs? Get off of that stage. Now you at an event started by a man who opposes gay marriage, who doesn't believe that those same homosexuals that you just made millions of dollars from should even be able to do something as beautiful as get married. You don't feel foolish or crazy or embarrassed? Of course you don't, because you're that same type of black woman who'll say, oh, I don't care. I don't care about gay people. I respect them, but I don't want my son to be gay. I don't want you around my son, influencing my son. Keep that shit out of cartoons. Keep that shit. You're that type of black person. How are you aligning yourself with people who don't even want half of your fans to exist freely? Is it that important to you? I don't know if you're doing this because you're trying to get your brother pardoned or because you're trying to get your husband off of that SA offenders list because that Megan's Law line hit you so hard. I don't know if that's why you're doing it, but baby, it ain't worth it. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna work. It's not worth it. You're ruining your legacy. You're showing your fans you don't give a fuck about them, and you're just looking foolish. Bigging up Trump, who wants to end birthright citizenship when you're an immigrant. Girl, Trump does not care about you. He is busy trying to screw up his name from the Epstein files. Please go.
Please go fuck yourself, dude. And it's like Nikki, one of her personas is Black Barbie, right? When Pink Friday came out, and like that's the Barbs. Do you think MAGA is all about the idea of a Black Barbie, or do you not think that that's something that they spend all of their time railing against? Barbies black now? I don't think so. This is woke culture. My Barbie is white as untoasted toast, as sliced bread. Yeah, what is this, DEI Barbie? It's absurd. It's fucking absurd. It's absurd.
At this conference, he said, we don't want to apologize for being white anymore.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Oh, thank God. Thank God when people like Caroline Kwan are out here spewing anti-white hatred. Somebody lock her up. Can we get the lock her up chants going again?
There's a large cohort of white people in the United States currently led by J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk, who believe that the biggest injustice of our time is that some leftists on Twitter didn't like Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial. And Nicki Minaj has been told exactly what these people want to hear, and she can't even fully recite that messaging, but they don't care. They just need like the vague contours of it. And one thing that we talk about over and over again on this podcast is how easy it is to charm these people, especially when you're that famous, because they are so hungry for validation from mainstream celebrities.
It was literally if I come out, I'm like, okay, I'm doing my grift now. I'd be like, look, once upon a time, I said all these things about white people because the woke left forced me to, because I was brainwashed, because I was, sitting here being like, oh, how do we further oppress people in this country, aka white people? And thank God for handsome, gorgeous Chad of a man, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, for freeing me from my woke cage. I am now free because here in America, Donald Trump has brought freedom back, and you don't have to be afraid anymore to be white. And that's a beautiful thing. The United States of America. We are destroying the woke mind virus.
Interesting, because even when people are as unprincipled as Nicki Minaj is to do all of this, the only time she went on some little like rant where you could tell you her real opinions was when it was in relation to herself and talking about her perceived bullies and enemies. And any time she spoke about.
Speaking of grifting, have you ever seen this?
Welcome back to The Masked Singer, the good, the bad, and the cuddly. Yeah. The votes are in. And the first singer of this round to get eliminated and head home.
Oh, God, is that Jenny McCarthy?
Is.
I can't believe it's happening every time we have to do this. I want to give him a hug or something.
Wait, oh, God, is this the Rudy Giuliani?
I know, not the mammoth. Jack in a Box. The rest of you have made it another day in this race for the Golden Mask Trophy. Head back to your home bases.
Jack in the Box!
Wow.
You will never guess who it is.
Showing Jack in the Box some love. But before we get to the unmasking, I want to talk to our panel and see who they think our mystery celebrity singer is. Talk to me. You got any guesses?
I mean,
We're not on it.
I'm not embarrassed of my guess, but I don't think it's right.
So are you going to stick with your first thoughts?
Whenever anyone says you will never guess who it is, now I just feel like I have to say Malala. I'm like, is it Malala? Whether she's doing the bees in the trap TikTok trend with Jimmy Fallon or she's the Masked Singer. I don't know. Is it her?
What? I think I like the fact that I came up with Joe Pesci.
Good guess.
The clues were there. It's in the movie The Irishman, formed a band, The Four Seasons.
I love that.
So I'm going to confidently say Joe Pesci.
That's good, Jenny.
Joe Pesci.
That's not a bad guess.
Thanks, Nicole.
Absolutely.
All right, Robin. I'm just a big fan of him, and there's something about the voice
this
and the
lineup
swagger.
here.
I'm thinking it might be Robert Duvall, so I'm going to stick with that.
Oh.
You can see how confident I am in my voice.
Kenny Ken.
Yeah, you know, from the crypto to the space rocket, SpaceX, you know what? I am sticking with Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Okay, can I just say this show has always given me strange vibes. Wait, who just said, I've always said this show feels like dystopian hell, something out of the Hunger Games capital. Yes, there's something about it. Yes, there's something about it that's just like really Hunger Games vibes.
Audience, a few people in the audience are with you. Nicole.
Okay, so after hearing Jack in the Box, he seemed a little older, right? And then we saw the weather clues, 4 seasons. This man's a weatherman, okay? He
for
also
people who've
loves
never
to
left
be
their
a
town.
joker on the Today Show. Could this be
I thought you were going there. I was like, no, she's
good
not.
guess. Al Roker. There's a couple people that are.
Good guess.
I like it. That's your final guess? She dropped the pin. She dropped the mic on us. Al Roker.
I think she should place it down kindly.
Okay, panel. You have made your final guesses. Let's see if any of you are close. Who's behind the mask? Audience, say it with me. Yeah, take it off. Take it off.
Who is this?
Al Roker. Oh my goodness! Former
Oh my God, it is
Associated
Rudy
Attorney
Giuliani.
General.
Yeah, it is. Fuck this show.
Former mayor of New York City.
Is that Robert Duvall?
No, that's not Robert Duvall.
Rudy Giuliani!
No way!
Oh my
Wow.
Oh my God!
Okay, I'm sorry. The only appropriate face to make is this. Everyone was like, what? No, there's no like, I can't believe it's Rudy. This is so exciting. No, it's.
Oh my God! I had no idea.
Wow. This is
Yeah,
definitely
and then you go, why the fuck do I watch this show? Then you start
something I
questioning.
never would have guessed.
You just start questioning your
Well,
life choices.
Mr. Giuliani, with all of the controversy that's surrounding you right now, I think it surprises us all that you're here on The Masked Singer. Why?
Me too.
Man, what made you decide to do this?
Well, I guess the main reason is I just had a granddaughter.
Yeah, that's one way
Grace,
to put it.
And I want her to know that
This was 2022, FYI. 2022.
you should try everything, even things that are completely unlike you and unlikely. And I couldn't think of anything more unlike me and unlikely than this. And I enjoy the show. I have for years. And it just seemed like it would be fun. I don't get to have a lot of fun.
Such a joke.
I just would like to know, in your package, it said you officiated 200
Right.
weddings. Is that true?
Absolutely true. The mayor of New York can marry people. And when I found out I could do that, I
this show.
took advantage of doing a wedding anytime I could, because being mayor can be a very tough job. You deal with tragedy.
Oh, yeah. You mean when you close homeless shelters. So the homeless who were relying on those shelters are forced to be outside and freeze to death because of the unbelievably frigid weather in New York City.
So if you can do a wedding, it kind of lifts your day. It's kind of like doing the show. Why I did the show.
Right.
And your family's going to
That's
love
that you did it for your granddaughter. There's no better reason.
Oh my God. This show, like this just, this show. This show. Who are these people? Who is sitting there applauding, excited to see Rudy Giuliani? I'm sorry. There are other people on the right who it's like, okay, it may be a little bit more exciting than Rudy Giuliani. You know, it's Rudy Giuliani. They were there to see him sing. Yeah, it's so true. They were there to see him sing. They were there to see him sing. Caroline. Be like, look, once upon a time, I said all these things about white people because the woke left forced me to, because I was brainwashed, because I was, you know, sitting here being whoever she is, she speaks truth to power. Like, how do we further oppress people in this country, aka white people? And damn right. Man, she should probably be president. She should probably be on the stage at Toilet Paper USA.
She accidentally caught herself realizing like, oh shit, I'm saying too much about how I'm mistreated as a woman. But then every time she said it, she realized like, oh shit, let me take that back. God. And ultimately, I'm here to say we need Trump in office. It's so sad because all it tells me is how down bad she is in whatever situation she's in. Because the reality is, they could clap up there because you validate them all you want. Like, that's what it means to be a token. That's what it means to be there to serve a purpose. It does not mean, it absolutely does not mean that they're invested in you or give a fuck about you in any way. They're not going to stream your music. And I know she must know that. So it tells you that whatever it is that she's getting, she needs so badly in whatever current situation she's in. And that it's scary to think.
It really strikes me as like the rock bottom moment of a grift, where like a huge part of the appeal is that she is kind of presenting like she's switching sides. And I think that that is a huge part of what the right loves about having Nicki Minaj on their side, in air quotes, is like they love the idea that a huge mainstream celebrity who at one point was associated with being more liberal is now all of a sudden being like, oh, actually, I love Trump.
Yes, they are so desperate for major celebrities, for people who achieve mainstream success, to be on their side, especially someone who once upon a time had liberal politics, even though Nicki has said questionable things throughout the year. Like when she rapped about how she was supporting Mitt Romney. What did she say? She was like, I'm a Republican voting for Mitt Romney. You lazy bitches are fucking up the economy. It wasn't even clever. She just said, I'm a Republican voting for Mitt Romney. And then Barack Obama was like, no, you're not. I don't believe that. And then she was like, thank you for understanding my creative humor. Girl, what?
That idea of we pulled someone from the mainstream, and particularly in these spaces with like Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA, they want to create the illusion that people on the left have like gotten fed up with like how bad the left is, how bad identity politics is.
Yes, but they want to prove that they control culture. That's what it is. They're like, see, culture's on our side. See, these celebrities, they're with us. It's no more woke liberal Hollywood.
It's not even true. So it's like the appeal here is so cheap. And I'm sure people like JD Vance understand that. People in the audience probably are more easily fooled by this illusion that's happening in front of them.
Hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity. So an analysis of Nicki Minaj's descent into becoming American fascism's newest celebrity mascot is probably the most requested episode I've embarked on up to this point. It's also an episode that I was initially not going to do, because the magnitude of Nicki's celebrity is just so enormous and profound. I thought there was no way I could do this episode without leaving stuff out. And I still think that's true, but I also think that that's okay. Because you don't need to know everything Nicki Minaj has ever said or posted in the last 20 years to draw a solid map of what I think happened here. And I also think that much like Donald Trump and like Jeffree Star, who we've covered at length on this podcast and who Nicki recorded a song with, Nicki has inundated the public with so much bad behavior for so long that people, especially her fans, learn to never expect better from her. You overwhelm people with this sense that you're not a good person, but you shouldn't be expected to be one either, which is a great way of making sure people never hold you accountable for any of your specific misdeeds. And so I want to resist that trap today, and I think we can do it. Like the rest of us, Nicki's...
Caroline came out on Matt's podcast. I already did I already did a Patreon episode with him, but we've been trying to find time to record an episode that I had pitched to him about the failed theater kid to alt-right pipeline.
Personal, professional, and political timelines exist alongside each other, and I think by weaving together elements from each of those timelines, we can understand how she went from female rap superstar with millions
Matt and I are going to record it.
fans
Why we left
to
the left?
whatever she's doing on stage with fucking Erica Kirk. And to do that,
Oh, also, did you guys see this photo? Hold on.
Q fans to whatever.
This photo, one of her fans AI'd it, edited the shit out of it, and we're trying to pass it off as the actual thing. And then Nikki posted it herself.
He's doing on stage with fucking Erica Kirk. And to do that, we are a trio today that I've wanted to get together for quite a long time. Welcome to the show, Kat Tenbarge of Spitfire News and Ole Olurin, who is a lawyer who does cultural commentary as Olurinati on YouTube. And she is the woman who famously took down Eric Adams on The Breakfast Club. Fuck Eric Adams and good riddance to him. Welcome to the show, both of you.
Hey, you need to make the leftist influencer turn
I want to
theater
know broad
kid.
strokes. How are each of you
That's my
feeling
influence.
about this topic? Because I know we all come into this with baggage.
I think, like a lot of people, there was a time in my life where I loved Nicki Minaj. Like, I was a really big fan. I remember in high school and in early college, like, it was a point of pride that I had memorized and could do the entire Monsterverse.
Rite of passage.
In high school, when I would like dance on the sidelines of basketball games, like the Nicki Minaj songs were always my favorite. And I really loved her for a long time. And then as the years went by, things started to really pile up where I was like, this is terrible. The fandom is terrible. The barbs are awful. The like sort of ability to put that aside and still enjoy the music started to stretch thinner and thinner and thinner. And then it, like, I think, again, many people in the last few years, it just completely snapped.
So in 2025, on this current day, I am a certified Nicki Minaj hater, and I have been for quite some time. But it's important to note that I did not start out that way, and I don't think anybody starts out that way. Like, people like to present it as though the barbs, contrary to what they like you to lead you to believe, that people are just against Nicki Minaj. There's nobody that likes rap in the slightest that doesn't hate women that was not a Nicki Minaj fan out the gate. I loved Nicki Minaj in the beginning in high school. I remember being, there was a time where you barely used to see Nicki Minaj. Like, you were itching to see what like a video actually show her in it. I loved Nicki. The problem with Nicki is squarely this. Every injustice or unfair or systemic like reality of what Nicki Minaj has had to go through in her career that would have made you champion her in the beginning, she is not against any of that. And she hates when she doesn't see other women who come up have to experience it. Like, I think Nicki Minaj comes from an era in hip hop when the women were selected by a male conglomerate of some kind. You're like, she's the first lady of Young Money. You have, Olivia with G Unit. You have Remy Ma with Terror Squad. You have Rah Digga. You have, you know what I mean? They're picked by these collectives and they're only allowed to really be one. They're pitted against each other. And so Nicki Minaj kind of comes around at this time. Like, she emerges as kind of like the queen. There's somebody that you see dominating like hip hop and rap in a way that women were not previously. It felt like there was a ceiling on what women could commercially, what heights they could commercially get to. And so you supported her. She was dope artistically. She's a beautiful gal. And so when you would see like her initial like feuds with like Lil' Kim, when Lil' Kim was saying all these things about her, like telling you that her attitude is this, and she is not somebody who pays homage and all this, everybody was inclined to be on Nicki Minaj's side. And I think what happens is as time goes on, you live to see her be everything that you defended her against, because Cardi B is the beginning of Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, and Nicki also had this theatricality to her. And interestingly, she and Gaga kind of were coming up around the same time, and they're in different genres, but they both had that kind of character quality, the theatricality, and Nicki's, Barbie persona. She came in with these accents and cadences, and it was it was new. It was something that we just hadn't really seen. And at one point it felt like she could rap about anything and make it interesting. And then
in her ass in a way that is just indisputable. And I think what it is that Cardi represents the opening of floodgates for women in rap. Ever since Cardi B, there are tons of women rappers. You like so many you can pick from. And Nicki hates that. You did a song with Cardi, you did a song with Meg. You see she did a song with Ice Spice, and then 2 seconds later, she's talking shit on these people. Because you can never kiss Nicki Minaj's ass enough. You can find interviews and clips, Lotto and all these people talking about how much inspiration they found in Nicki Minaj, how much they love Nicki Minaj. It's never enough when somebody wants to be the only one in the room. And it's that clear from how she's come at every single fucking woman to come out. It's hard to feel, no, not hard to. I don't feel sorry for somebody who is willing to be a pillar of the same institutions that they felt like were unfair to them because they wanted to be only them. So that, she was already an unprincipled, like, bearer of misogyny on women and hip hop. And then you add that, but now you want to be a fascist propagandist, bitch?
Yeah, see, it always felt like Nicki wasn't actually against those barriers that prevented Black women from achieving success, from being a part of the music industry. It just felt like it's always what she perceives to be she's the sole victim of, that she doesn't care about systemic issues. She just cares about what she thinks is affecting her. And she's not in it to like actually make the industry better for women and for Black women specifically.
We get into a little Nicki Minaj early life. We love chronology on this podcast.
Yeah, I mean,
The ambulance is passed.
She already heard that the podcast has started and she's coming. The Barbs have intercepted the feed and they're on their way.
It's the Barb siege of a bit fruity.
Literally. Everyone change your phone number now because they're all going to be leaked.
We're going to get into early life, but the only other thing I want to say about this is that, like I said up top, this isn't going to be like a documentary episode. There's just too much. So I'm going to talk about her early life and early career rather swiftly. We're going to identify the parts of it that I think are relevant in evaluating what happened to her today. So Nicki was born in Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad, which is an island in the Caribbean. Both of her parents were gospel singers. Her dad was abusive and addicted to alcohol and crack cocaine, and allegedly committed arson on their house when Nicki was 5. Nicki spent most of her earliest years living in poverty in her grandmother's house in Trinidad with her 11 cousins. Also random, not fun fact, but I guess just like fact, her dad was killed in a hit and run in Long Island in 2021. Really dark stuff.
There are 9.
Was one of those cousins the one whose friend had swollen balls?
100 million things
because of the
kick
vax
Nicki's back in about, and we should be kicking her back in, including like the hypocrisy of being an immigrant actively aligning herself with a fascist administration and xenophobic. But what we should not be doing is leaning into xenophobia. And I see a lot of people that have always seen this gal as the queen of rap from Queens, New York, going out of their way to talk about her like an alien. And I think we should relax on all that. I say that as a Caribbean immigrant. Like, don't take it out on Trinidad. It's Nicki.
Nicki has talked about growing up in a home where there was domestic violence. Like, she has talked about a lot of these details publicly and sort of corroborated them. But when she gets into feuds with other people, specifically Cardi B, a few years ago, Cardi posted this like long...
Yeah, Nicki Minaj does not represent all Trinidadian immigrants.
On Twitter, where she makes like further sort of allegations about the beginning of Nicki's life. I'm just going to read part of this. She said, "You said out your own mouth that the little girl in you hasn't forgiven your mother yet, and that's because your mom used to stay silent when your dad used to touch on you every time he did that crack pipe. I know you experienced a lot of trauma and abuse, but drugs is not going to help you. You need to go to therapy now." And then she like carries this into more allegations about the present day. The more that I have learned about Nicki's early life, I always like kind of suspected, just based on the people who she aligns herself with and like what we've seen of her over the years, that she is someone who is part of like a cycle of abuse that has not been broken. You see the fact that she is like the ultimate cannot break the cycle, the ultimate like she is continuing this cycle. She's pulling up the ladder behind her professionally when it comes to other women in the field. She's like aligning herself with men in the industry who also perpetuate abusive behavior. And it's like that clearly stems from something in her past, from like a lot of like trauma. It's an explanation. It's never an excuse or a justification, but you can kind of see how from like this dark sort of beginning and these darker life circumstances, like how she evolves into the person who she is today.
Around the time that her dad committed arson on their own house, Nicki's mom had gotten a green card to come live in America, in New York City, in South Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah, and her marrying an abuser and protecting and supporting her brother, who is a convicted child rapist.
And shortly after, Nicki and her older brother, Jelani, came to live with her. So Nicki ended up growing up in Queens. She attended LaGuardia High School for Performing Arts in New York City, which is the setting of the movie Fame. Fame. I'm gonna live forever. LaGuardia High School is famously extremely hard to get into. And I think especially before like the advent of TikTok, where you could just get discovered for your talent online, it was like the birthplace of like every modern entertainer. If you want to see something crazy, go to the LaGuardia High School notable alumni Wikipedia page. It's wild. Nicki also worked at Red Lobster, where she was famously fired for yelling at a customer who didn't tip and stole her pen. She chased down the customer to their car and banged on the window to return her pen, which I defend her for. I think that's like a completely valid thing to do. And I disagree with her firing from Red Lobster. In the mid-2000s, Nicki rapped locally with groups
I don't
in
blame
New
her
York.
for that
She
one.
was posting songs on MySpace, trying to get discovered like everyone else in the mid-2000s on MySpace. She released a series of mixtapes in 2007 and 2008, which caught the attention of Lil
Rare
Wayne,
Nicki W.
who signed her to his then burgeoning record label, Young Money. She starts to make it. Lil Wayne features her on his music and connects her with other big artists, including Mariah Carey, Jay-Z, Robin Thicke.
Also, I think relevant in her origin story is obviously like Lil Wayne is instrumental to her career with YMCMB and all of that, but there was a time where Gucci Mane and Waka and that kind of collective like had a role in their career too. And Gucci famously, when Gucci used to act a fool on Twitter back in the day, and he went on this long like Twitter fucking tirade, like accusing her like sleeping her way through the industry and sleeping with him and sleeping with this one and sleeping with the next one. And it was just something that like Nicki denied and everybody like defended her against. Like this is toxic, horrible misogyny and like the way that, you know, you're slut shaming. Only for Nicki to turn around in 10 plus years and do the same things to Megan Thee Stallion. Every part of Nicki Minaj's coked out this track. I said it. Yeah, that's what it was. Like all of that was nothing more but the nastiest rendition of the things that was done to Nicki Minaj, and that's what she was doing to Meg Thee Stallion. Nicki Minaj is a hard person to feel any compassion for because there's nothing you could point to that, no matter how horrible it is that she's experienced, that you have not seen her make a mockery of to other people.
October 2010, Nicki is famously featured on Kanye.
And in some ways, worse. In some ways, like what? Oh God, I mean, Nicki's many tirades. Her mocking Meg's dead mom, like that's evil shit. And the Barbs being like, yeah, we're gonna piss on her grave. We have so lost the plot.
Kanye West's Monster, which everybody loved it. It was an iconic verse, and nobody loved it more than Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, which we're going to circle back on that much later in this outline.
Wickle Bridges, think of tier one.
Month, November 2010, Nicki releases her debut album, Pink Friday, which had the largest sales week for a female rap album in the 21st century. It was off to the races for Nicki from there.
I remember when Pink Friday came out, Entertainment Weekly did this like big spread where they were like, it's Nicki Minaj's time. And it was like the image of her and those long like photoshopped legs to make her look like a Barbie doll. I remember sitting in piano lessons. I was probably like in like 4th grade. And I was like reading this and I was just like so captivated by this woman. I didn't even at the time really have familiarity with the music yet, but the imagery of what she was doing was like so captivating to me. And it was so unlike anything that I had ever seen before. Like the electric pink wig, the outfits that she wore, the way that she carried herself, the confidence that she exuded.
She was camp.
And then you listen to the early verses and you listen to like the work that she was doing at the time. And it's very clear why even before she released her debut, she had become such a favorite in the industry. Like if anyone wanted a female rapper to feature on their songs, they would go to her. And there is like kind of that manufactured scarcity in the industry where it's like she was like one of the few options, but it's also just like her immense talent and sort of like adaptability to all of these different genres, all of these different people. She was such a talented writer. And I think that like it just spoke to why she had this almost universal appeal at this point in time.
Like I will say, okay, so I was a freshman in college and I remember this album comes out and I was not somebody who had listened to a lot of rap or was necessarily just wasn't very knowledgeable or knew much about the genre. And I was so obsessed. It was my foray into rap was Nicki Minaj. And she had that bright pink wig and it felt really campy and it was really theatrical and her rapping was so vivid and the energy was just so fun. And I just remember everybody was listening to Black Friday. Super Bass was everywhere. I memorized every single word to that song. That song would come on And it was like everyone dropped what they were doing. This one is for the boys with the booming systems, up down AC with the cooling systems. And it was like a challenge of who knew the most words. I even dressed up as Nicki for Halloween. Of course, no blackface, which look, it is possible to dress up as Black icons and not do blackface, just so you know. I am proof of that. But yeah, I did the pink wig. I did like really, the makeup that she would do. It was really gay. It was like rainbow colored and just so theatrical in your face. And again, I was a huge Lady Gaga fan in high school. So it was like a natural transition for me from being a Gaga fan. And of course I was still a Gaga fan, but then Nicki Minaj comes along with this album. And I was like, oh my God, this is up my alley.
Yeah, I like I said, I loved Nicki Minaj in high school. I had a Nicki Minaj poster on my boarding school wall. I think the thing I loved most about Nicki, and I remember, is there used to be a mystique around Nicki. Before things became the time period that we live in, where you see everything, everybody and everything is just so overexposed. Like, I remember, like, you be hyped when you see, like, they put Nicki on a cover or something. Like, you went to go buy it, to go get the poster out of the magazine, to go put it on your wall. Like, you were excited when, like, Young Money actually put out, like, the music video and Nicki Minaj was in it. I remember, like, when Massive Attack dropped, like, it was just a single nobody even thinks about. But I remember Nicki Minaj had few music videos at the time and being so excited for that. And then when you think about, like, the original mystique around Nicki, is like, Nicki was talked about a lot, but she wasn't necessarily talking to us. I think, honestly, how Nicki Minaj has gone down south is a testament to why we really need to start shutting the fuck up in 2026. Like, everybody is too fucking accessible. You're too overexposed. You're telling me that everybody.
Yes, I talk about this a lot.
Low moral bar we have for our like artists in terms of what we will accept quietly from them and enjoy our music. We could know, like I said, we know Lil Wayne and all of them politics ain't good. There's a lot of artists who we know. They've said a little something, but they keep it quiet. But Nicki Minaj, like, think about, Nicki Minaj has been going on coked out Twitter rants for years now, saying despicable shit to people.
And there's a real Trump-like quality to that. Where it's like, Trump similarly uses social media in a very similar way. And because the behavior has been so normalized, and because there's a concerted effort to not report on every little thing he says, he gets away with so much. Just like the permissive structure around these individuals and the fact that like there is no bottom, where it's like people don't even fully recognize how bad it is getting until it's reached a point of no return.
I remember being in summer camp, Jewish summer camp, and like stealing my friend's iPod because he
Fresh
had
Prince,
Pink Friday
they were 26 months.
iPod, and I didn't have it. Like, I wanted to listen to Fly
My Bourbon Pod, they were 22
with
months.
Rihanna, which is such a good song. Also, really random detail, I went to the same Jewish summer camp as Noah Schnapp at the same time, which like it's just so random. Shout out to the Jewish summer camps in the Northeast. I would like to give a shout out to Factor
Shout out
for
to
sponsoring
Jewish
today's
summer
episode.
camps in the
My
Northeast.
mother
All right, while he's
continues
doing
to
his ad,
lament
and of
to
course
me
I'm
that
going to
despite
keep it up.
thousands of hours I spent watching her cook
I
as a child,
think
I never
and
did
I think that's the ingredient here in the Nicki Minaj recipe in any of these figures who are all pulling from the same playbook is they want to say the stupid ass shit that they say and not have any pushback from it. They don't want to have any consequences to what they say. And so that's why they look at, they're doing one of these. They're like, okay, testing the waters. And they're like, the power's with, it's with MAGA. It's with the right. And so I'm gonna latch on to that. And here's a group of people where I can say, I can say whatever the fuck I want, and they're gonna applaud me for it. They're gonna cheer me on as I say bigoted things.
Free breakfast for a year. Thanks so much to Factor. And now let's get back to the episode.
It
is here that I also want to address Nicki's relationship to the LGBTQ community, because that's come up in the days since she appeared on Turning Point's speaking circuit with Erica Kirk and sort of attempting to parrot the transphobic talking points. And a lot of people have said that she never earned the LGBTQ icon status that she was given. And I actually have mixed feelings on that, because while it's true that she hasn't really ever done like outreach to the LGBTQ community. She hasn't done like, you know, like what Madonna did during AIDS, like stuff like that, really explicit, or like how like Gaga did the Born This Way. There's a number of LGBTQ icon type celebrities who also never did that. Like, to me, Britney Spears comes to mind, and I would die for Britney. Everyone knows this. Not until later in Britney's career did she start like explicitly acknowledging, you know, her queer fans and stuff like that. I think Nicki and her art just like spoke to us in a certain way. And for me, it was actually very adjacent.
Look, and that's something that when we look at films, right, that we've watched here on stream, and I go, oh, this is a film that is beloved by the queer community. You know, they're the ones who put it on the map. They helped it to achieve the cult classic status that it has. And it's not because the film itself is overtly queer, but it's camp. It's something that queer people just found themselves drawn to the artistry, drawn to the campiness of it. It's not super traditional. It's fun. So yeah, I agree. I don't think someone or something has to be explicitly queer positive, you know, wait, didn't Nicki Minaj once upon a time say that she was like, I used to be bi? Didn't she rap about how she used to be bi? Anyway, but you don't have to be queer or necessarily like your art explicitly about, you know, queer rights to still be an icon to the queer community. Now you have people like Gaga, and Gaga's a queer icon, and Gaga is very explicit in her support of the queer community. But I think Nicki drew in a lot of queer fans because of her whole look, because of her different characters and persona, and people just thought it was really fun.
To Lady Gaga, because they both came up around the same time doing something similar, which was being like super avant-garde, super weird with like the voices and the alter egos, and even just like hearing a woman dressed like Barbie.
Yeah, I think her alter ego was male.
And like slaying Goliath and the sort of over the top femme camp aesthetics. Like, I just remember it really spoke to me. Ole, do you have any LGBTQ thoughts?
The priest to me.
I think with respect to that, there have been several women rappers, not just Nicki Minaj, but there have been several of them that do a thing where they almost perform bisexuality for the male gaze. And
she was very Dragon Camp for a minute.
Nicki Minaj is one of them. Like, in her name, like initially there used to be these kind of references that suggest you like bitches. And then all of a sudden it was no, affirmatively, explicitly, no, am I right? I've left that behind. I don't know what you're talking about. I think Nicki Minaj is probably just a cautionary tale in a lot of different respects. But in this one, that like, maybe we shouldn't be so hasty to give people like their flowers as like assuming that they have a solidarity with this community or an allyship just because they appeal to that community.
I do think there's a difference between being like being a queer icon because you are an outspoken supporter of the queer community, because you are, you know, subversive in your work, and it's subversive in a way that also speaks to your politics, right? Like, I think there's that. And then I think there's an icon that queer people love, an icon with a lot of queer fans.
Nicki Minaj is someone who's always...
The gay council chooses who they choose, and it doesn't always make immediate sense.
She's always been like, save the pleasantness for her fans. But that is about capitalism. That is about making money. And I'm not saying that like as a negative to her. That's what you're going to do. Go be nice to your fans. You should be, right? But she's being nice to her fans, and they just so happen to be, many of them are in the LGBT community. But if you listen to the shit that comes out of her mouth is clear that she don't rock like none at all. You know, there was actually recently she was doing like a live with her fans, and one of them came on that's a come on before that she's spoken to comes on, and she's like, "Oh hey babes," like real sweet, and she's like, "Oh, what's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, I've been really down lately," and she's like, "Oh, why?" And she's like, "Oh, well, you know, it's been really hard for like this Trump administration. This administration doesn't feel good about like the gays, doesn't treat us good. Like it's hard for us right now." Nicki Minaj was like, basically, I should have known he was coming with this bullshit. Mute their mic, cuts them off. So I said that to say, I think the lesson here is we should maybe not be so quick to embrace people because they appeal to us. I used to like the baby, and then I found out baby don't like us too much.
There was a guy who I had an internship with, like probably over a decade ago now, who, as long as I've ever followed him online, he has been a Barb before all else. Like initial, like first identity, Barb, then like gay, then like entertainment journalist. And I have watched him defend Nicki Minaj relentlessly for years. And this past week, actually, he announced he was like indefinitely leaving social media. And I'm like, this is because of this. He didn't say it's because of what Nicki's been doing, but I'm like,
no way he's leaving social media because of being a Barb. Has been built
up and up and up. It's like splintering now.
In 2012, we get our first big political statement from Nicki Minaj, which is through her,
this is the Mitt Romney
in Lil Wayne's song Mercy, where she says, "I'm a Republican voting for Mitt Romney. You lazy bitches is fucking up the economy." No, I did not know this existed.
Really?
I did not know this existed.
Oh, I know where you been, yeah. I heard it when it dropped.
I mean,
it wasn't even a good pithy line.
Well, because it's not even like a good lyric. It's just her saying, "I am a Republican voting for Mitt Romney." Like, it's just so. And then Obama, during that campaign cycle, went on a radio show and said that he didn't believe her and that it must have been one of her alter egos speaking, because at this point, Nicki Minaj, through her art, has developed all of these alter egos, one of them being Roman, who is described in some places as a gay man. And then Nicki Minaj tweets in response to Obama, "Ha, thank you for understanding my creative humor and sarcasm, Mr. President. The smart ones always do. Sending love and support at Barack Obama."
I don't know if that was creative humor and sarcasm.
An interesting moment, because it really is, for a lot of Nicki Minaj's career, hard to know which parts of her are like you're meant to take seriously, because she has all these characters that sometimes she says things that are serious, but then regrets them and then retroactively like says, "Oh, well, that was an alter ego." It makes the whole thing very difficult to parse out.
There's a really strong parallel here for me to Trisha Paytas.
I'm sure there is, Kat.
Particularly because at around the exact same time, Trisha Paytas made a video that was like, "I'm voting for Mitt Romney."
And I'm not saying, you know, be a conservative Republican like me, because I don't push my beliefs on people. Yeah, so I wanted to make my official video / support for Romney Ryan 2012. Yeah, so basically Mitt Romney is super hot.
Barack Obama did not care about Trisha Paytas because at this point in time, there would be no reason for any politician to be commenting on what she was up to on YouTube. But it's like, it's the exact same kind of effect where there's a built-in defense when these people who embrace these types of characters and this type of like trolling, because it's like, as a fan, you can then decide like what I interpret as real and what I interpret as fake.
In 2014, Nicki releases her third album.
Creating a cast of characters so anytime I say something stupid, I can say it was someone else trolling. I need to do that, I guess, as well. I got to come up with all these alter egos. So if I say something and it doesn't hit, I'll be like, "Oh, that was my alter ego, Brad. He's a real dumbass."
Album, The Pink Print. At this point, she has for years been one of music's biggest
I do
superstars.
have Carolyn.
And in 2015, we are now at the run-up to the 2016 election, Nicki appears on the cover of Billboard. And in her cover star interview, they ask her about the election. Question: You're from New York, so you also must have an opinion on Donald Trump. Ole, do you want to read the response?
There are points that he has made that may not have been so horrible if his approach wasn't so childish. But in terms of entertainment, I think he's hilarious. I wish they could just film him running for president. That's the ultimate reality show. All it is to me is a reflection of what I was saying earlier about being unprincipled. Like, the reality is this: whether or not she tries to pin it on an alter ego, like, do we know whether or not she's being serious when she says, "Oh, I'm voting for Mitt Romney, I'm a Republican"? This is how I see it. If you are a person that understands politics, you're a Black person in this world, a Black adult that understands the stakes that come with an election, who understood what the Republicans are and why it's dangerous for the Republicans to have power, there's no way you would be playing games with your influence and your platform and the possibility for people to be influenced to not understand. So the fact in and of itself that it doesn't matter enough to you to be definitive, to stay out of something if you're not going to be serious, that in and of itself tells me how you feel, because it's one of those things, like, I don't need you to, in your heart, believe all the things of the oppressor. I just need you to make way for it. And that's how I see people who are unprincipled, who don't care one way or the next, who don't like recognize the stakes, who just do foolishness. That's how I feel about like when Kanye West says he's running for president, whether or not he really
If you're stupid, shut the fuck up is the TLD.
is and what he's doing and whether he signed up. The fact alone that you're doing this kind of fucking bullshit when the stakes are so fucking high tells me everything. So I've been thought Nicki was full of shit. And all my dislike for Nicki, I never thought she was this, actually. I dislike Nicki for being somebody who is, like I said, a harbinger of misogyny, somebody who is helping reinforce a system that discriminates against women because she would like to be the exception. She wants to be the token. And I think that is horrible. And that's what I didn't like. But that is limited in scope. You know what I mean? Like being a misogynist, you can be a regular run-of-the-mill hating ass bitch who only wants you to be successful and not be a fascist propagandist. Like at no point did I think one day that bitch Nicki might come out and try and help manufacture consent for a genocide in Nigeria, you know.
When people make these...
Yeah, that started to be when I soured on Nicki. It's like once upon a time, she was saying on MTV that women are held to a different standard than men, how tough women are called bitches, but tough men are called bosses. And then seeing as she, in the ensuing years, was constantly calling women bitches, was constantly treating women in a way that she definitely didn't treat men, and looked at women as her enemy, as, there's only room for one of us, and that's me. Mama, the call is coming from inside the house. So that was when I started to be like, nah.
Statements where they're kind of starting off by saying like, well, Trump maybe has some points, but it's like, it's the way that he says it that's so immature and childish that's the problem. That to me is like such a massive red flag, because I'm like, what points do you think he has? Like, what exactly is Trump right about? It comes back to this idea that she and anyone who speaks like this is deeply unprincipled.
It's like Charlie Kirk, I didn't agree with everything.
There's something underneath like the layers of Trump that is good, when there's actually nothing. Like obviously, like he has no good ideas, he has no redeeming beliefs. So now you've opened up this pathway where it's like, I understand how she went from saying this in 2015 to a decade later, like fully supporting and endorsing him, because there was never anything to support about him, but she always left that door open.
Trump obviously gets elected in 2016. November 2016, Nicki Minaj comes out with Black Barbies, which is a song that I loved. And in that, she has the lyric, "Island girl, Donald Trump want me go home." I don't know. At the time, I just remember thinking like, oh, that was just such a clean diss of Trump's anti-immigration policies at the time. I don't really know if there's anything to add about that. It just seemed like, I don't know, the cultural tide at the time was very anti-Trump right after his first election.
That's what I was going to say. It's a reflection of convenience. It's like the times.
Yes. And it's like, if you're operating from the perspective of either a Barb or someone who is like of two minds about Nicki at this point, when she says things like this, you're like, oh, okay, maybe the comment on the radio show was just a fluke. All she has to do is kind of drop these breadcrumbs of like, oh, I actually am anti-Trump. Oh, I am actually pro-gay. And that creates like almost like a justification for people to maybe think like she's not as bad as it actually seems.
She's aligning herself with power. It's very simple. And that's what she made her comment about Mitt Romney. And then when Obama is popular and likable and addresses something and doesn't outright diss her and people like her, then she leans into, let me be cute with that on Twitter. The same way she's always been trying to be cute with the Republican politicians all over Twitter and stuff now, because that's who's in power. That's all it is. And so she throws out her one little something, because she knows people eat up fucking breadcrumbs. Like, oh, they want to send me home because everybody was anti-Trump in 2016. But in 2025, when the Republicans are moving where it's a fucking regime, not an administration, then you see her fucking breaking her fucking ankles to try to any little, she's salivating, any random fucking Joe Schmo Republican can speak to on Twitter and she replying, oh, blah, 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 blah. She wants to be aligned with power, and that's for her own gains. That's all it is.
Here is
I think too, that's why she's aligned herself with Taylor Swift and tries to be like, I'm one of you, the Swifties. Oh my God, you guys are so awesome. I love it over here, blah, blah, blah. Because Taylor Swift is the biggest pop star in the world. Because Taylor Swift has a ton of cultural power.
We have to talk about Nicki's brother, Jelani. Nicki has an older brother named Jelani. He's 5 years older than her.
Olay has been waiting for this day,
coming,
I know.
But huge trigger warning for like
certified
basically
hater.
The rest of the episode for sexual assault. pedophilia, all of this stuff, because it hits Nikki's life hard. In 2017, Jelani, who was then 38, was found guilty of sexually assaulting a child younger than 13.
Yep.
Shortly after Jelani's arrest, Nikki paid his $100,000 bail. She also posted a family photo at the time on Instagram, seemingly in support of her brother. Meanwhile, in the case, prosecutors alleged that Jelani had started abusing this girl when she was 11 and raped her while her mom was at work. This occurred repeatedly between 2014 and 2015, so Jelani was around 35 at the time. Nikki's and Jelani's mother, Carol, as well as Jelani's lawyers, accused the girl and her mom of trying to get money out of Nikki's family. The girl's brother, who was 10 at the time, testified as a witness to the abuse, but didn't say anything at the time because he was scared CPS would remove their mother from the house. Jelani ended up being found guilty and is serving 25 to life. I know some of the details in there are really hard to hear, but I do think that sometimes these
Maxwell, think of the tier one
stories of sexual abuse get repeated so often online that they just kind of get turned into memes. And it's like, oh, Nikki defends pedophiles in her family, Nikki this. We see that happening a lot with Epstein. And I think it's so important to just highlight that, like, at the heart of these stories are victims. And with that said, let's talk about Nikki's husband, because he's a huge part of this story as well. I will say in 2018, Nicki Minaj is continuing to criticize Trump's family separation policy.
I love when a stream of mine comes full circle. I love when what we start with is then brought up with what we're ending with.
She posts a photo at this point of a migrant detention center with the caption, quote, "I came to this country as an illegal immigrant. I can't imagine the horror of being in a strange place and having my parents stripped from me at the age of 5. This is so scary to me. Please stop this. Can you try to imagine the terror and panic these kids feel right
is this?
now, not
bit
knowing
fruity.
if their parents are dead or alive, if they'll ever see them again?" Yes, it's just interesting to me that all of this stuff is still happening and happening again and happening in ways ever more brutal. And I guess Nikki doesn't care anymore. But anyway, also in 2018, Nikki reconnects with her now husband, Kenneth Petty. Kenneth Petty and Nikki went to high school together in Queens, and they reconnect all these years later after Kenneth has served 2 prison sentences, one for 4 years for being convicted of attempted rape in 1994, and another for 7 years for manslaughter in 2006. They get married in 2019. They have 1 son together, Big Papa. The details of the 1994 rape were that Kenneth Petty and the alleged victim, Jennifer Huff, were both 16. He held her at knife point while she was walking to school, took her to a nearby house, and assaulted her. Kenneth initially denied the first-degree rape allegations, then pled guilty to the lesser charge of attempted first-degree rape, and like I said, spent 4 years in prison.
This is what I'll say about this, and I'm going to look at this in the most favorable to Nikki and be as nuanced as possible as somebody who was a defense attorney and an abolitionist. I think it is the general claim that Nikki is somebody that aligns with abusers is true. I think what counts as evidence towards that is important where we make the differentiations. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about Nicki Minaj paying the bail for her brother so her brother can battle a case from the outside. I don't think it inherently means in paying his bail without anything further. I don't think it inherently means that she is defending an abuser or that's what's going on here. I think you can think, and it's happened a lot of times. A lot of people have family and loved ones who support them or still love them while they are battling a case or maybe even battling their innocence or whatever have you. And it isn't about them trying to vilify their victims or defend them or anything like that. I think that there can be multiple.
No, I understand what she's saying. Like it's a lot more complicated. This is something that she's making the point that Nikki using her resources for her brother's legal battle for his lawyer and his bail and stuff isn't necessarily signaling that, doesn't necessarily signal by itself her supporting abusers, her denigrating victims, etc. It's complicated when it's family, but I think what she's about to get into is the fact that when it came to her husband, Kenneth Petty, both of them were sued by the victim of her husband because the suit alleged that they engaged in witness intimidation and harassment, which definitely goes a step further than paying your brother's legal fees.
Different things happening in the same respect that I don't inherently kick Nikki's back in for marrying somebody who is previously incarcerated or for rape and for manslaughter. It's not inherently that. I think there are arguments that can be made and abolitionist arguments that are to be made about accountability and atonement and going through the system and XYZ. I think there are different things to be made. What makes Nikki a problem is it's one thing to pay bail for your brother, right? It's one thing to pay bail for your brother. It's one thing to have a husband who has a previous criminal record. What takes Nikki over the edge is that Nikki is, even in her own personal, professional life, you'll see different artists like or 6ix9ine or The Game, or it almost feels like the minute someone is accused of something like that, it's then that Nikki pops out to be the one person willing to be there for them, to be on their side. I can understand Nicki Minaj saying Kenneth Penny was convicted for something when he was a young teenager, that he did something horrible and he served his time and he's told. That's an entirely different thing from harassing his victim. I want to be clear because I think it can be dangerous when we think it is, but it's not the progressive position in actuality that anybody who's been in the criminal system is to be treated as, you know, irredeemable or whatever have you, or all across the board, or that they shouldn't be a part of society, they're not deserving of love, they can't be married, they can't have kids, they can't, all these different things. So I think that that's a different argument, and I want to make sure I step away from that. That is not inherently my problem. Like, why Nicki Minaj had to marry somebody with no, it's not that. It's the extra stuff that proves it. The extra everything that she has to say. Like I said, when she lets us know she thinks about their victim. So I do think Nicki Minaj is somebody who
also Olay is a lawyer. For those who don't know her, she's amazing. And aligns
herself with abuse and abusers, but I just wanted to be clear as to why, and then I'm not drawing this broad stroke.
She's
that
also
just
cultural,
demonizes and vilifies anybody that's been convicted or previously incarcerated
content
for
creator.
Small or horrible, heinous crimes.
There was a 2021 lawsuit filed by Jennifer Hough, the victim in that case, years and years and years later, for $15 million against Kenneth Petty and Nicki Minaj for harassment and attempting to intimidate her into recanting her 1994 testimony. Jennifer alleged that Nicki and Kenneth would bombard her and her family with phone calls, unexpected visits to their homes, and with bribes, allegedly up to $500,000 for her to recant her allegations. And then this legal saga continues when, in 2023, Kenneth and Nicki moved from New York to LA, where Kenneth does not immediately register as a sex offender in California. So he's charged with violating the terms of his probation and sentenced to 120 days of house arrest. Nicki has defended this relationship strenuously. She said on Queen Radio, which is her radio show, "I didn't know that in our society, you have to be plagued by your past. I didn't know that people can't turn over a new leaf. I didn't know that your viciousness and evilness was this deep-rooted, this deep-seated." And like Olay said, I'm also someone who believes in like rehabilitative justice, and like I agree with what she's saying there, but she also isn't just saying that, she's harassing her husband's accuser.
Exactly. There's nuance to be had, but it would be reasonable if she were operating in good faith, but she's not.
And something that I think about,
and then taking in the totality of Nicki working with other artists, like after it's come out that there are allegations of pedophilia and abuse. And then Nicki's like, perfect, I'll go work with them.
Regards to the cycle of abuse, victim psychology, and sort of Nicki's evolving political leanings around the same time that she's aligning with these abusers in the music industry and sort of defending and engaging in these harassment of victims related to her family. I think about how there's sort of this expectation that people have that if someone themselves is abused or grows up in like an abusive household, as Nicki has talked about, that you will then for the rest of your life operate from the perspective of being like victim centered, and that you will take things like abuse more seriously, and that you will take the side of victims over perpetrators because it's something that you yourself went through. But the
also, when the past is sex crimes against a minor, I think, and again, this is like nuance required here, but fuck Nicki Minaj and her husband, first of all, okay? Her husband was 16 when the rape happened that was alleged. And what Olay and Matt are trying to speak to is like generally as leftists believing in rehabilitation, believing that especially somebody who commits a crime when they're young, even as heinous as that crime is, if they, you know, is there room here to demonstrate true rehabilitation, true redemption, like people needing to be better. Like we need to have a society that we've this understanding of like people commit crimes, and now there's a spectrum to this, right? This isn't just applicable to every single crime, and there are circumstances permitting, but they're explaining that even with those leftist principles, that doesn't apply to Nicki and her husband because of the behavior that they have engaged in for years. It's not a matter of her husband committed this horrible crime when he was 16 towards, another 16-year-old. It's that he did not, he's not a person who demonstrated remorse. She, along with her husband, engaged in harassment and intimidation of the victim, and were sued for it. And Nicki also showing that she has no problem surrounding herself with abusers. So like that's what's taken all into account to come to the conclusion that Nicki is very problematic in this sense.
Fortunate reality is a lot of times victims and people who are sort of bystanders to abuse develop the opposite sort of ideology and perspective around abuse. And the reason that...
And we also, and to be clear, my position is we can't have a society where we are, where we are focused on this path of rehabilitation and redemption when we still do not serve victims, when we still do not protect them and ensure that they are not lost in all of this. So it's both these things. But I don't think that, and often what happens is people jump real quickly to the, is there no path of redemption? Well, how come they can't have redemption? It's like, first of all, most of the time people aren't demonstrating it at all. Okay. They're not showing it all, whether it's Jonathan Majors or whoever, that they feel any remorse, that they are deserving of redemption. Secondly, nobody gives a shit about victims. Nobody cares about, what happened to them, and ensuring that they receive the justice that they deserve, and that people who are causing harm are not, who takes up all the attention and the focus, especially when they're famous, which that happens all the time.
Is because these cases and how abusers and victims are treated does not happen in a vacuum. A majority of times, people are not held accountable. And this reminds me of sort of what Cardi B was talking about in that tweet, where she was like, Nicki, you were not protected as a child and you did not receive justice. And so now today you are sort of repeating this cycle against other people. You see that in a lot of cases. If you see power and abuse of power be enabled and rewarded, and you go through that process yourself, in order to rationalize that and sort of move on from that, oftentimes people internalize that sort of logic of abuse, where it's like, actually the person in power is right.
I totally agree. Prioritizing justice for victims is not something that
yourself as in the wrong, and so then you carry that with you into other situations. And it can also apply more broadly to society. And I think a lot of times, like, conservative rhetoric sort of is this logic of abuse, where it's like people who have power in situations, who abuse their powers in situations, should be enabled. They should have like the advantage here. There's a direct parallel here to Trump and to Epstein and to all of these things that we see happening at like this macro societal level, where it's like this logic that facilitates and enables abuse also facilitates and enables conservative ideology. Like, they go hand in hand and oftentimes are one and the same. That to me like speaks to, I think, a lot of the way that Nicki Minaj carries herself, and why the things that she went through perhaps in her own childhood, and also the way she was treated in the music industry, she's now repeating that cycle and doing it to other people, because she has yet to sort of internalize or externalize that it was wrong. She's not really seeking justice in these situations. She's just repeating the exact same cycles of harm and abuse that happened to her. One of the things that really turned me off from Nicki Minaj, where I sort of like drew my own line in the sand and was like, I don't even really want to listen to this woman's music anymore because I can no longer stand her as a person, was her association with 6ix9ine.
Yeah. Wait, can you explain? As like, I almost exclusively listen to pop music, so you gotta help me out here.
6ix9ine is a rapper who around this time was doing like really highly charting music with Nicki Minaj. She did Trolls with him.
I was gonna say, didn't they do the Trolls song together?
6ix9ine has had a lot of different legal issues, but one of the things that really bothered me was that in 2015, he pled guilty, and I'm reading directly from the Wikipedia description here. He pled guilty to a felony count of use of a child in a sexual performance. So he had this video involving this 13-year-old girl that was distributed online, and it was part of a music video. And I remember reading about this incident, being so disturbed, seeing that Nicki Minaj was like working with him at the same time, and being like, this to me really like has shaken like my perception of her. Like, I kind of think this is my personal breaking point. But what's interesting about this as well is that 6ix9ine is still accepted broadly in our culture today. I'm home for the holidays, and my brother put on the Jake Paul fight on Netflix. When Jake Paul came out into the stadium, he was literally with 6ix9ine.
I mean, fork found in kitchen, but yeah.
But it's like, this is on Netflix. Like, people aren't really talking about this. People aren't really like condemning this or even taking notice of this. And that's because we live in a culture that enables and rewards this behavior.
If there's any consolation, 6ix9ine is broke right now. Like, I had to bankrupt all these things, sell all this shit. Like, he is down the fuck bad. Like, fully, ain't nobody fucking with 6ix9ine.
Crumbs of justice. Crumbs of justice.
Yeah. We exist in this culture that rewards and enables this cycle of violence. Nicki Minaj, again, she's not operating or making these decisions in a vacuum. She's responding and engaging with like the exact same incentive structure that exists more broadly in our culture. And so that's not an excuse or a justification for anything that she does. It's just like, it occurs to me that like she is doing what essentially society is encouraging her to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kat. Like, she's convinced herself that the victims are wrong and the people who are doing the abuse are in the right. But in addition to that, she's also hoping to protect herself. She's trying to keep herself safe. And she's convinced herself that this is inevitable, but there is the token. You know, Derek Bell talks about this in Faces at the Bottom of the Well when he talks about rules of racial standing. She thinks, okay, if I'm in the music industry that treats women like this and sees women like this, I'm going to be the woman that parrots what they're saying, and so they'll protect me and fuck them. It's the same thing she's doing now. It's like, okay, Donald Trump and them are in power, whatever. I'm going to be the one to get up there and say all this about Black women, say all this about this group, say all this, say what y'all want to hear, so you protect me while everybody else is in danger. It's a foolishly short-sighted defense mechanism, but it's one that we see Nicki Minaj employ in every situation. She's always going to be the one to speak against the interests of the group that she is actually a part of, because she thinks that the majority will protect her if she aligns with them.
This episode is also sponsored by our longtime friends over at Rocket Money.
That's something that I talk about a lot with women who align themselves with patriarchal power and who are an enemy to their fellow women. And it's this belief. It's this belief that they'll be protected. You know, white women who over and over again support somebody like Donald Trump. It's like some of them may recognize that they're still in a cage, but at least that cage is higher and bigger, you know? So it's better to be in that position when it's like the train. It's like the train in Snowpiercer, where it's better to be in a higher position in a bigger cage, even when it's still a cage, than, you know, what you view as the only alternative, which is you're at the bottom, which is that your cage is the smallest possible.
And what I would say at this point is like reputational turmoil. COVID hits. And up until this point, most of what we know about Nicki Minaj's political identity is basically everything I've told you so far. It's pretty incoherent. It's more or less
Also, I keep mentioning Snowpiercer because we watched that for film class last night. If you missed it,
she doesn't come out like that stridently against anything he does. And then in September of 2021, she hits us with perhaps the tweet that kicked off the undoing of the United States as we know it today. I feel like I have this tweet burned in the back of my brain, like I could recite it in my sleep, but nonetheless.
My cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. His friend was weeks away from getting married. Now the girl has called off the wedding. So just pray on it and make sure you're comfortable with your decision, not believe.
My cousin's friend's swollen balls. Wait, is this when Hassan responded to her and then Nicki came at him and then the barbs were coming for his neck? It was the cousin's friend's swollen balls tweet. The tweet of all tweets. The tweet of all tweets.
Following day, because she wasn't vaccinated and there was a vaccination requirement. Now, this was the tweet heard around the
tweet
world.
That launched 1,000 tweets.
Like in hindsight, wasn't
and
her cousin's friend in Trinidad? Like, didn't he just get chlamydia?
Oh,
Isn't that because
no.
like his balls got swollen and he became impotent, so his wife left him? It's not making, none of this is making sense. I do think the real explanation here is that her cousin's friend, who never gets identified.
You know what I will say, the fact that Hassan survived that, he can survive anything. He ratioed Nicki Minaj at a point in time when the Barbs had a lot more power than they do now, that Nicki had not gone fully MAGA. And so there were people who were criticizing her, but not to the extent that they are now. And he walked away from it. He did. So if he can do that, he can do anything. Austin Knox's video on it is still so iconic. I don't want to get too distracted right now because I want to finish this. We still have half an hour, but is this the Austin Knox video?
Okay.
Yeah. Hasnami reacts to getting Nicki Minaj suspended. Classic.
By the way, cheated on his fiance, got chlamydia. Because he got chlamydia, the wife finds out and then leaves it. Like, isn't that the most plausible explanation? Tell me if I'm wrong.
The most plausible explanation is that Nicki Minaj be doing substances and talking shit on Twitter. There's no evidence that she didn't pull all of this out of her ass. Like, does any part of this sound real? Like, why would this even be? Let me ask yourself, what Caribbean man do you know would volunteer to anybody that he can't get his dick up so his wife leave him? Let alone volunteer it to somebody that might tell it to a rap superstar who might tweet it.
I agree. It makes no sense at all. And it strikes me as like part of a pattern of like, okay, she's getting heat because she didn't go to the Met Gala. Rather than say like, it's because I refuse to get vaccinated, she concocts this like wild story to sort of like shift the blame, shift the attention. I mean, it worked. It worked because this became such a massive like meme. And even people who like don't pay attention to Nicki Minaj at all were like taking note of this, and it just became like such a pivotal moment in pop culture at this point in time.
This was during like the height of like the vaccination wars, let's say. And I remember like Tucker Carlson being on Fox News, like Nicki Minaj is one of us. Officials in Trinidad, the health ministry in Trinidad, investigated this claim. They were like, who is Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend? They ended up releasing public statements saying that they, quote, wasted so much time trying to confirm Nicki Minaj's comments about the COVID jab. The White House got on the phone with Nicki Minaj to discuss like why the vaccine was safe and she didn't need to worry about it. And it's interesting that government officials from multiple countries got involved.
The back of the bus non-tweet was not it. Wait, who was that? Hassan? Oh no. I did not know that. You know, I will be, as somebody who's been friends with him for a long time, I will say that Hassan is great in a lot of ways, but he's not perfect. Chat stopped him from tweeting that. Oh my God. One of the few times he's listened to chat and it was the right decision. He typed it and deleted it. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. He wrote a tweet saying Tucker Carlson would sooner run Nicki over with a bus sooner than even letting her in the back, and chat stopped him from posting it. See, this is why sometimes you do need to listen to chat. I do feel like I listen to my chat more than others. Chat's not right all the time, but it is a reminder that streamers should sometimes listen when their chat is screaming at them. No, a chat W. You should. No, I'm not getting bangs. Well, no. See, I want bangs, but then I don't want bangs. I want bangs, but I don't want bangs. His analysis is correct. He just wasn't the person to say it that way, and he listened. Yes, Hassan is not the person who should express that, who should say that. That's one of those when you do see the tweet, when you do see someone tweet something like that, where you're like, oh, not the person to be saying it. Ooh, I mean, look, I am not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend I'm flawless. This is why, though, my rule is before I tweet something, I don't. Here's a good rule of thumb. Before you tweet, delete it. No, I pause and I really think, and I go, I try to do all the considerations, and then I decide. And a lot of times it's not even because I'm about to say something that it's going to result in like oh, you're not the person to say that. A lot of times it's more of, do I even need to be saying anything? Do I even need to add my 2 cents in? Do I even need to respond to this person? Because sometimes, especially, I think this is good advice. When you're responding to someone on the internet who's pissed you off, which is a lot of people, and it happens all the time, sometimes you just need to just type out a response, but then you don't actually send it. And you in typing what you're going to say, you can almost like get out that rage. And then you realize, okay, I don't actually need to respond to this person. So yes, rule of thumb, if you're going to tweet, probably don't. I am on shrooms right now. This is a very interesting, probably an interesting experience to be having on shrooms. If it were me, I would probably go gather a bunch of blankies and light some candles and listen to some music. I always ask myself, there you are. Do I want to talk to this person? And the answer is almost always no. Yes, I tell myself, do I want to engage? Which means this person will engage back, which means at some point I'm going to have to stop this or else it will just keep going. And the answer is always no. When I go, is it worth it? No, it's not. No, it is not.
As a result of this one tweet, but I think it just speaks to her influence, right?
It speaks how much attention we give coked out Twitter rounds. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what this is. Like, you don't listen to, if you see a crazy person on the road raving and ranting, you don't ask yourself, I wonder what they mean. Like, you don't try to make sense of it. But that's what people do with Nicki Minaj, and it doesn't make sense because look at the words that are on the paper. Like, look at the words that we're pretending could have come from somewhere legitimate. My cousin in Trinidad
thank you for the
won't
6
get the
months.
vaccine because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. And we over here, maybe the cousin friend don't exist. They don't exist. None of it's real. Nicki Minaj just be talking fuck.
Nicki Minaj would double down on her anti-vax politics in December of 2023, where she said, "Every time I talk about politics, people get mad. I'm sorry, but I am not going to be told who I should get on social media and campaign for. There's a lot we don't know that's going on in the government, and I don't think it changes whether you lean to the left or the right." I don't know. I just think the whole vaccine thing, to your point, it was so absurd, but she also got a lot of backlash for it. And one thing that I think becomes extremely visible about Nicki Minaj from here on out is that she just does not know how to deal with backlash. And she always, as many people do politically, especially celebrities and, people like J.K. Rowling come to mind, she pushes herself deeper into what she already thinks and already says, no matter how unfounded it is, no matter how wrong it is, no matter how hurtful it is, because people telling her that she's wrong reinforces her belief that she's right.
I feel like we've seen.
And remember, if you're an actual principled person, when you are on the receiving end of backlash, whether it's fair or not, you don't change your principles. You don't suddenly go, all right, well, fuck y'all. I'm actually bigoted now. Oh, well, now trans people shouldn't have rights. Like, we see over and over again people who are called out for the things that they're saying, for their behavior. And when they use that as an excuse, either why I left the left, Anna Kasparian, or they're not even like an actual, they're not even a stated leftist, but they will jump on the, well, now I'm going this way train. You made me racist. Those are people who were not truly principled in the first place, where to them, it's a matter of convenience. It's like their politics are what is most convenient, what's going to serve me. not what is going to serve the collective. It's what's good for me. And people like, look, it's a very human reaction. It is a very human feeling to initially be like flustered and upset when somebody is criticizing you, when someone's calling you out, and when it's a lot of people, and when it's a lot of people on the internet, like that can be a very overwhelming feeling. And I think it is a human response to initially go, oh, like, you know, get defensive. But the difference is you may feel that at first and then, you know, don't go tweeting off about it. You may feel that at first and then you go, okay, that was my human reaction. And now I'm going to sit here and actually think about what the criticism is, what people are saying. And I am certainly not going to announce that this is now my, well, now you guys made me racist for real. It's easier the more open you are to testing your beliefs. If you haven't refined your positions, you're not really about it. You just want to feel you're right. Yeah, it's people who just want to be right. They want to be right about everything. They don't want to be called on anything. They don't want to be criticized ever. A lot of it is pride and ego. Yeah, for sure. And that's why I'm saying, like, look, it is a natural human response, you know, our pride, our egos, all that. But the difference is how do you proceed after maybe that initial reaction? And for people who are actually principled, have strong morals and values, you're not going to suddenly ditch those because people online are yelling at you. You don't understand. I have to triple down or my comments will call me a bitch. I ain't no bitch. Mama ain't raised no bitch.
A shift in that I think a lot of celebrities have felt this way, and a lot of people have like felt this way for a long time and behaved this way. But there's much more transparency and sort of pride, I feel like, in that perspective in celebrity culture now in a like post 2020 era than I feel like we had before.
It's also interesting to me that during these years, the latter 2010s and the early 2020s, the landscape of female rap is really rapidly changing in a way that clearly threatens Nicki Minaj, who for her whole career has identified as female rap's #1 star. And rightfully so from the beginning. But by the early 20s, Cardi B is a similarly statued rival. Megan Thee Stallion has blown up. Doja Cat, Lotto, Sweetie, Ice Spice, Flo Milli, Glorilla, all of these women finding their own success in a way that makes Nicki insecure. I think it's interesting that she goes through some version of this like mid-career crisis that a lot of entertainers who make the MAGA pivot go through.
No, you're right, but she's only in crisis because of that. Like, again, it's a gatekeeper mindset. Like, she never stopped being successful. She's actually been able to be successful and have a sustained amount of relevance and legitimacy longer than most ever have. But that's the problem with when you are greedy and selfish and you want it to only be you. You can never have enough if you think you're supposed to have everything. And Nicki Minaj has made it very clear that she does not.
Yeah, I respect when people are comfortable publicly stating an oopsie, like Chappell Roan today, which we covered. So many people would have just been like, I guess this is my position now that I must defend to the death. Yeah, it's like a lot of people then go down swinging. It's like, do you even really believe in this? Is this really something, the hill that you're going to die on? Or are you just unwilling to say that you were wrong? Are you unwilling to hear out another perspective and go, you know what? I hear this and I am taking it into account, and I recognize, like, yeah, I was short-sighted. Yeah, I was a little thoughtless here. Nope. No, I now defend this until the day I die.
Want or like other women in rap to have not even just other women in rap. She was talking shit about SZA the other day. She did not like women, period.
And the thing that's crazy, I'm sorry I keep pausing, but the thing that's crazy is, like, so many of these public figures, do people not understand that if you just go, my bad, sorry about that, it's over, it's done. Now, I know I'm saying this after I discovered the Chappell Roan thing where people are like, now, because, okay, yeah, there are those who will do that. But for the most part, It's then a non-story. It's like, okay, over and done with. It's the doubling and tripling down. It's people who will not let it go then. And so then it's just this forever back and forth. And it's like, okay, all right, well, now you've dug this hole even deeper. You have dug this hole even deeper. It's so simple. The solution here, you just say, my bad. I'm sorry, I understand now. And then there's nothing more to it. There's nothing more to it. Wait, who the hell is saying poutine is nasty? Because those people are wrong. No, it's an objective fact that poutine is delicious.
To have a modicum of success. So she'll never be happy. Nicki Minaj thinks that she's supposed to have it all, and there's just nothing you can do about a person like that. You can have a bottomless pit of ambition. I suffer from that. You can also even be an egomaniac and make it, but you still have to be realistic. Like, for example, 50 Cent is an egomaniac with a lot of ambition who's an unpleasant person. But 50 Cent has managed to be really successful because he clues into reality. Like 50 Cent has a book, Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter. I've read it. He talks about in there that, like, 50 Cent too wanted to dominate rap and dominate hip hop and all these things, and he did for a long time. And he said, and then he realized, like, hey, listen, hip hop is a young man's sport. Like, I realized I was going to venues and realized this is not the same as what it was. They're not responding to me here the way that they were. And I realized, like, oh shit, if I still want to be who I want to be, I still want to be a big thing, I still want to make money, I want to do this, like, I can still do that. I can still have like more ambitions and visions, but I have to pivot in some way. Nicki Minaj is not a person who wants to change with the times or adapt. She doesn't want to adapt. She expects and demands that the world adapts to her, and it doesn't work like that. And when it doesn't, she just continues to lash out and lash out and lash out and lash out year after year after year.
Yeah, and she definitely also struggles, as so many celebrities do, so many celebrities who end up going right do, with conflating all criticism as hate. And I think this is especially unfortunate because Nicki Minaj struggled so much, as we've identified, especially early in her career, with like so much sexism, so much.
Dude, that is so annoying. It is so annoying when anyone with a platform, any type of public figure does that, where everyone's a hater. All criticism is just labeled as unfair hatred. That there's no differentiation. It's just, oh, look at all my haters. It's like, okay, it's a pet peeve for sure. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's a pet peeve, because a pet peeve is kind of usually something that is a minor annoyance. Like, I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem that so many people have they succumb to this belief that, you can never back down, that everyone's a hater, that it's all unfair, that you're a victim. It's so crazy to me. It's so fucking crazy to me when I see a lot of these streamers act like victims. They're haters. I'm such a victim. Look at all my haters. It's like, I've seen some of those tweets. I think they're valid. I think it's valid criticism. It's somebody who takes the time to be thoughtful and is like, and especially people who are like, I'm a fan of this person, and yet I still can criticize them. Like, look at my haters. I'm like, no, those aren't haters. Do you understand what hater means? Do you understand that people who are expressing that they like you, that they like your content, that they're a fan of yours, that they're disappointed to see you aligning with something, that you said whatever you said? So classic for celebs to turn into contrarians because they couldn't take one criticism once and turn to calling everyone haters and start saying things they know are unpopular. It's so classic.
Racism, misogynoir. I think something that she does is, like, when she gets flack, for example, for this lawsuit of harassing the victims of her family members who are sexual abusers, she, I think, compartmentalizes that with all of the actual, like, bigoted hate that she's received and puts it all under this umbrella of, like, well, everyone's out to get me. She just becomes, it's almost like a broken machine, unable to process any sort of criticism. And there is no better example of this happening than her beef with Megan Thee Stallion, which could be its own series of 7 episodes. And I know we've already been recording for like 2 hours, but do we want to just very quickly touch on what happened with Megan Thee Stallion?
It's following following like a very similar formula to some of what we've already talked about. Nicki hated Cardi. Nicki and Cardi were at each other's throats. After Megan collabed with Cardi, this is when things went really, really south of her relationship with Nicki. Then you have kind of the back and forth through the music where Megan releases Hiss, which is an amazing song.
Well, before Hiss, important to mention, you gotta remember Red Ruby the Sleeves. Nicki Minaj was dissing her, calling her
I will protect Meg
Tory Lane
with my
Hiss is a response to at least 2 years of Nicki Minaj talking shit about Meg Thee Stallion every chance she got.
And like Hiss is significantly more subtle than I think what Nicki had been doing to Megan. But after Hiss, that's when Nicki releases the AI generated monstrosity.
Megan Thee Stallion said, these hoes don't be mad at Megan, these hoes mad at Megan's Law.
Do you want to explain what Megan's Law is?
Megan's Law is the law that requires sex offenders to be registered. And as you know, Nicki Minaj's husband is not only a sex offender, he was also recently convicted for not registering as a sex offender when he moved to California. And Nicki Minaj, married to a man under said jurisdiction as a registered sex offender, was shot to the chest, personally offended, upset, and crashed the fuck out on Twitter for like, I don't even know how long it was. It was 40 days and 40 nights. She was crashing the fuck out, just like she always does.
Let your haters be your waiters at your table of success.
I think this is an important point too, because everybody always feels the need whenever anyone criticizes Nicki Minaj, anybody, you could be the biggest Nicki Minaj hater, and everybody feels the need to give her flowers. Like, oh, you know, Nicki is talented, Nicki is this, Nicki was da-da-da-da-da. But let's start to talk about the fall off completely, because it hasn't just been a fall off of mental stability or principle or anything like that. Did you hear that bullshit diss track? The music ain't been it either, chief. So not only is it moral bankruptcy, but it's also garbage, because I'll box to some moral bankruptcy if it's a banger. All right, a banger it was not.
Megan Thee Stallion just recently won a defamation lawsuit against a blogger named Milagro Grams, who had been going after her, who tweeted AI-generated like deepfakes of Megan Thee Stallion. Milagro was a Nicki Minaj stan. Like, Milagro was a barb. So not only is Nicki attacking Megan in this way, but she has her fandom getting involved in it too. You see the way in which like the behavior that Nicki is engaging in is both like enabled and echoed by this fan base that she has developed, that she has egged on and encouraged to do this like antisocial harassment.
So fast forward one more year, November 2025, just last month, Nicki shared a White House TikTok touting Trump's achievements, including, quote, no men in women's sports and making...
Another read on Nicki. This is what I mean by cat's out the bag. People are not holding back anymore. You know, once upon a time, I remember this small... This kind of small-time journalist, I think, had a blog, and she had written, maybe it was a review of Nicki's album, or maybe it was just a piece on Nicki, and this was not like a major publication. Okay. Nicki went so ballistic over this, and she drew attention to it and then sicked the barbs on this poor writer. And they made her life hell. And like she doesn't have any protections. It was horrible, because that was at a time when people were criticizing Nicki, but it was few and far between. There was this growing understanding that the barbs will fucking destroy your life. And here comes this, you know, kind of no name. No, that's mean. I'm trying to find a bit. Just small time journalist who writes this piece. And Nicki, like I said, she weaponized the barbs. To fast forward to now, and everybody's going in on her. No, I was not. No name. That seems mean. I was trying to express that she was not somebody writing for a major publication who was like a famous journalist.
Mm-hmm. Y'all can say
the power imbalance was massive.
Whatever y'all want to say about Megan Minaj, but she know how to get people to talk, don't she? All I've seen up and down my timeline today, every other post, Nicki Minaj don't like the gays. Nicki Minaj sit down with TPUSA. Nicki Minaj had a lot of shit to say. Of course she did. She was on an interview. That's what people do when they interview. They talk. Yeah, if I would have known this all I had to do to get people to talk shit, I would have sat down with Erica J. Blige, the weltering weeping widow of Charlie Kirk. I don't know about y'all, but I ain't seen that lady cry since the day that man died. I said, ooh, white women get over a husband quick, don't they? And Republicans do it quicker. I don't know who got over their husbands quicker, Erica Kirk or Omarosa? Y'all remember after Green Mile died, shit, Omarosa was at the bank with a drink. I thought that lady was playing a prank. I said, where's Ashton Kutcher? Are we being punked? It's so punkish in here. Oh my God. That's why I watch shows like For My Man and Snapped. I know what to look for in a bitch. Yeah, I don't trust a blonde hair, blue eye, and I don't trust a big butt and a smile. Those girls are poison. 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 Yeah. I feel like they about to do a tour or something. Erica Minaj and Nicki McKirk. Pink Sunday. Romans Revival.
No. Well, they are collaborating on a new song on Nicki's upcoming album that will honor the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk, who has given his wife the fame that she always desired. So it was a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice that was necessary. So now she can carry the flame. You're joking, right? About the song? No, I wish I was. I wish I had jokes. I wish I had jokes like that. Not a joke. That when something is so ridiculous that all you can do is be like, it's got to be a joke. I think the song thing is fake. Okay, never mind. It may in fact be a joke. It may in fact be a joke that I fell for. But you know what? Given how much We Are Charlie Kirk, We Carry the Flame has invaded people's minds like a parasite, could be potential for a banger. Could be potential for a big hit on their hands. Somebody give her the Fell For It Again award. Yeah, there's like 3 things on this stream that I have fallen for. There's at least 3.
City Safer, which was just a reference to the deployment of the National Guard. And then Nicki applauds Trump for his outspoken.
Okay. Now, I'm not trying to do the thing where I'm like, well, I'm not trying to do the Chris Cuomo thing where I'm like, well, it could be real. This AI video of AOC that I fell for, I'm actually just going to defend it by saying this could be real. I'm not trying to do that. But do you really think it's out of the realm of possibility with where we're at with the current vibes? Do you think that Nicki Minaj and Erica Kirk are above making a song to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy? Because I think that if they see that on the internet somewhere, they'll go, wait, that's a great idea. Wait a second. Hold on. I think we should do that. Do you think they even remember Charlie Kirk? They don't give a shit about this man. Nicki, Kirk is the name. We carried the flame. Y'all hoes are a joke because I'm the best in the game. Make it work. Charlie Kirk, bottoms up, shake it, twerk. Tom McDonald feature. My ball's fat. I blame the vaccine. SJW's mad, but Nicki's my queen. You know, that's probably exactly how it will sound. If they were to make a song, I mean, why not? Everybody makes songs these days. And with Lara Trump, yes, with Lara Trump in the background, her auto-tuned voice singing the chorus of her song Heroes or whatever the fuck that shit is. Balls so fat you can see him from the back. Balls so fat you can see him from the back. See, that's bars.
Spokenness in the supposed Christian genocide that is supposedly taking place in Nigeria. She took a screenshot of Donald Trump's Truth Social post about the Christian persecution in Nigeria, and she tweeted, "Reading this made me feel a deep sense of gratitude. We live in a country where we can freely worship God." And she goes on. And then, and this was all in the span of a few days, accepted an invitation to speak at the United Nations on behalf of the Trump administration about the importance of fighting Christian persecution in Nigeria. Now, I was really shocked by this happening and by how little
Sean, thank you for the
it
prime.
was discussed at the time. And I also
Okay,
didn't totally know how to talk
this.
about it because I, up until this point, was not really privy to Nigerian religious extremist paramilitary violence. Like, that's just not something I knew that much about, so I didn't want to like speak out of turn. But Ole, I know you know a lot about this. So can you explain to people what this is all about?
Remember, this is when Nikki responded by yelling at queer fans who were mad at her and said, imagine hearing that Christians are being murdered and making it about you being gay. I just have to say, that is a hilarious ass line. If only it weren't Nicki Minaj. Imagine here, like the seriousness though, the reason it's funny is because she said that with complete and total sincerity. Imagine hearing that Christians are being murdered and making it about you being gay. This is... That's in the Bible. Yeah, there's some scripture in there somewhere. Pontius Pilate yelling at some gays who were... Oh, wait, no, Pontius Pilate was bad. Pontius Pilate led the crucifixion. Okay, this is like Mary Magdalene. This is like Mary Magdalene weeping over Jesus. And there's like a gay pride parade happening. Imagine hearing that Christians are being murdered and making it about you being gay.
I will say I would not qualify myself as somebody who knows a lot about it, but I do have the basic understanding that everybody could and should have on the issue. So it is long time conservative propaganda, conservative evangelical propaganda that they've been doing, where they've been saying that there is a genocide happening to Christians in Nigeria. That is not true. Let me tell you what's happening. There is violence happening in Nigeria. There is extremism happening. Christians are dying, but they're not dying for being Christian, and they are not the majority of who's dying or the targets or being targeted for being Christian. Boko Haram is a terrorist extremist group that actually mostly targets Muslims because they are like fundamentalist Muslims who want like the strictest version of Islam to be in practice. And so they target like specifically Muslims that they feel like are open or sympathetic to Western this or anything. You're too soft for them. So mostly who they're going after are Muslims. That's who the majority of the victims are.
How is it that when Muslims are the victims of genocide, of mass violence, how does this always somehow turn into Christian persecution?
But conservatives and have been positioning and intentionally propagandizing it as Christians are being genocided because they know that, one, they are playing on the fact that conservatives and Americans care more about Christians than anybody else. And that is, I want to say that is a fundamental, like, important thing that has to be recognized. The outright implication that those lives don't matter at all. They're Muslims who are being killed in droves, and that doesn't matter. Nicki Minaj, Donald Trump, what they're saying is, we will defend Christians. We will defend Christian lives.
White conservative Christians are the most oppressed people in this country. The reason that they have a persecution complex is because they are so thoroughly persecuted.
It doesn't matter all these other lives lost. But regardless, it doesn't matter about any of that at all. All this is Trump and the Republicans trying to manufacture consent for people to support them invading Nigeria. You hear them saying we're going to go in there guns a-blazing. And that in and of itself is unfortunate, that even if it was
Sean
what they're trying to
thank you
pretend it to be, the idea that would just automatically give America authority, unilateral authority to invade Nigeria, invade Africa, and kill who they want in and of itself. And I think that's important because you don't hear anybody saying that. I have not heard anybody recognize that even if it was what Nicki Minaj and them were saying, that would not give the United States government justification to think they could go into Nigeria guns a-blazing. But that is what Nicki Minaj is applauding. That's what she is suggesting, and that's not what's happening. And that is just another excuse for them to go in Africa, not only because Nigeria is a huge country with some of the biggest oil gas reserves in the world, but on top of that, what having a foothold in Nigeria would mean for their power in the rest of the region. So this is just a power grab that would actually end up with people dead. So I say Nicki Minaj is full of shit. She's a fascist. She's a fascist propagandist. And I think this is worse than anything she's ever done, because so far, the things that Nicki's done, Nicki has caused real and material harm. The things like what her husband has done, what she's alleged to have done and harassing his victim and all of that. Nicki has harmed people in the industry or women dealing with her. But what Nicki's doing now goes way beyond us having moral objections to it or not seeing ourselves in her or wishing she didn't act like that or anything like that. What she's doing now is quite literally potentially endangering countless people. She is helping a fascist white supremacist regime justify being able to go and murder African people under whatever justification. So that to me is like, you gotta hang Nicki Minaj up. There should be no more defenses of Nicki Minaj in 2026.
Thank you so much for explaining that so succinctly. Also because like when I saw that, I'm like, I don't really understand this, but it's like if there's, religious persecution, violent religious persecution anywhere, it's like as a progressive person, you want to stand against that, but also like the concept of Trump and Trump's administration spearheading an overseas, human rights issue when they are conducting a genocide in Gaza, when they refuse to recognize the Armenian genocide. It's like, I'm like, something has to be fishy here because this is an administration known best for how little they care about human rights abuses. So that makes a lot more sense. One of her gay fans on Twitter replied to all of this activity at the time and said, Nicki, as a diehard fan who genuinely sticks beside you through every single scandal, you cozying up to this fucking loser, meaning Trump, I might actually have to tap out. Your gay fans are so disappointed, etc., etc. And then Nicki replies,
Imagine hearing...
I'm also just like, if you're still hanging on at this point, you gotta jump ship. Okay, we are so past the point of
Christians
return.
are being murdered and making it about you being gay. When my home was swatted multiple times with my innocent toddler inside, with maybe 20 officers with guns drawn pointed at our home due to political corruption, you being gay couldn't save me. Crazy. She just said, imagine hearing the Christians are being murdered and making it about you being gay, but somebody telling you about what their experience of being gay,
can't
and she made it
save
about she got
Nicki
swatted
Minaj
out.
from being swatted.
this cuts directly to the actual...
You know what? I say the same thing. All y'all in here who are gay, that didn't stop me from being swatted.
issue going on here. Because you have to wonder, right? Like I have wondered so many times over the last 2 months, why has Nicki Minaj suddenly just got so interested in right-wing politics? Could it be that she's actually just taken on like a genuine interest and fervor for right-wing politics? Maybe, but she gives away the game a little bit when she seamlessly goes from, apparently I care about Christian persecution in Nigeria, but also I want to talk about the political corruption that led officers to SWAT my mansion in California. Okay, now we're getting to what's actually going on here. So Nicki Minaj continues throughout November and December to feud with the California governor, Gavin Newsom. Remember, Nicki Minaj lives in California. Gavin Newsom went on Ezra Klein's podcast recently. He said that he would like to see trans kids in the sense that like he would like to see trans kids grow up. Listeners of this podcast know that I will be very hard pressed to go out of my way to defend Ezra Klein or Gavin Newsom. But this was a pretty innocuous statement. To which Nicki replies on Twitter, imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Ha ha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. So again, now we're doing the transphobic talking points. And I'm just wondering, what is going on here? And I'm still at this point pretty confused because I'm like, why does Nicki have it out for Gavin Newsom like this? And it goes back to that little blip that she couldn't resist tweeting out about her getting swatted. So Nicki Minaj's house has been swatted, which is basically when, for no good reason, people, strangers oftentimes, strangers on the internet, stands to call the police to come to your house.
It's become more of like a looser term, but it originates from basically like claiming that there's an active hostage situation at someone's house, like filing false reports so that a SWAT team will show up.
So Nicki's house in Hidden Hills, California has been swatted a whole number of times, including times where she was home with her then infant child. Now, this is horrible. Swatting is traumatic. I've read so many stories from celebrities and child stars who have been swatted, and it seems truly terrible. But this seems like the product of deranged stands more than like corruption from the California government. And it seems like she's pinning...
Does she think Gavin Newsom is like sending the SWAT team to her house? Gavin is sending in the SWAT.
The trauma of being swatted on Gavin Newsom and the fact that like he didn't do anything to stop it.
I think she is pinning who didn't do favors for her.
It's partially the fault of overzealous police. Now, don't get me wrong. In my own swatting experience, it was absolutely absurd. It was absolutely absurd how many resources were used. Even after my brother tried to talk to the police and say, my sister and her boyfriend are live right now. She did not murder him. You can see he's live. Like, none of that mattered. They still broke down my grandma's door, cost me thousands of dollars that the city never paid back. So I was out of pocket $5,000. And then stormed into my apartment. And this isn't something I talk about openly, but like, well, now I am. But I was so mad. Once I was over the initial like terror, I was furious at the ridiculous amount of resources that were used on this, and that nothing would have stopped it. Like, it was so, I go, really? This is, I'm talking helicopters, fire trucks, multiple, 10 plus squad cars, just absurd. However, I am not Nicki Minaj, who's going, oh, this was Gavin Newsom directly responsible for sending the SWAT to my house.
I think that's ultimately all that we are seeing. Is like, it's very clear. We've seen based on her nut-ass tweets, how her nut-ass tweets were taken seriously by the U.S. government, by the Trinidadian government. She is somebody who expects government officials, people to stop what they're doing and give her problems air. And it's clear that with Nicki Minaj, they don't ever tell us the whole picture, but it's clear that whatever situations and problems she finds herself in, with her legal and financial troubles she's having with her house, with her husband facing more trouble, with him not being able to do this, she feels like the Gavin Newsom is not overextending himself to help her in the way that we see these Republican officials doing it. That's it, and that's all. That's all it's about. She has a politic. She has a grievance politic, and she has that in every
grievance
capacity.
politics.
And I think like it's okay to process shit in your own time. It's okay to want to be mad about something, want to operate in your own, but it's an entirely different thing from like making that your flagship cause and agenda. You know what I mean? Something that you come into the internet with. And I don't think people of the Barbs have ever asked of Nicki that she do anything more but not make it so that she's not indefensible. And I think that's where she is now, because her entitlement is that she thinks the fucking governor of California should be checking for her. Like, ultimately, that's what it boils down to, is like, no matter what it is you were going through, a normal fucking person doesn't think like, you know who should stop what they're doing right now and check on me? The governor.
Yes. There's also like
also the thing is, I can in the instances that I have been harassed in this way, I can pretty much trace where it originated from. And it is because of things I've said on my stream and other content creators targeting me. And they have communities that there are plenty of people who have that attitude that, that's surely the correct course of action here is to harass this person utilizing the resources of the state. Yeah. Isn't that event why you pledged to join the LAPD at 10K subs? Yes, I was so grateful. I was so grateful that they did not kill my dog, that they did not kill me, and that they did not kill Will, who allegedly I had murdered. I was so grateful. I was like, only one thing to do here. Got to join the LAPD.
Kind of like a level of paranoia and delusion to the way that she's drifting that to me indicates that she's just really lost the plot. And there could be multiple factors like causing that. But regardless, she's drawing all of these connections in things that don't necessarily connect to each other. She's somehow able to take the Trump administration's propaganda around Nigeria and connect that to like, I'm being swatted online. And anyone who's of right mind is not going to connect.
Hey, Cap, stop killing dogs. That was the first thing that Will said to them. He was like, please do not shoot my dog. Please. He is well aware of how many dogs that the cops kill every single year. And that was the first thing that he said when they brought him out to handcuff both of us, which I was also like, hello, isn't this allegedly the boyfriend that I have murdered? This was so absurd. It was so absurd.
Like there is a deeper issue also here at this point that she's reached.
Totally. And another local grievance political issue that I think is contributing to this anger towards Gavin Newsom, which has become anger towards Democrats in general, which has led her into the hands of the right, is that Nicki Minaj and Kenneth Petty, her husband, were sued by a former security guard who says that Kenneth assaulted him
and now she might have to
they were ordered to pay
sale of her house
$500,000 and never did. So now currently a California judge is threatening to force the sale of her $20 million home so they can pay that guard. And I think this is another
Hey, y'all new here, what I miss, lols. We are all joining the Barbs.
Situation where she's like,
they've got some
Newsom,
openings.
Why aren't you doing anything about this? And when you are online and you are a public figure who starts tweeting about how Gavin Newsom is doing X, Y, and Z wrong, the people who will start cheering you on immediately
We are
very
Charlie
online
Barbs.
Republicans. And you start following them and you start seeing what they're posting that lands well. And nothing lands better with a lot of these very online right-wingers than transphobia. And here you have this woman through like petty grievances with the California government, but like not even. She's just decided to assign the blame there. We have her being fed into the hands of the right, where she very quickly, like in a matter of like days, ascends the ranks and shows up at America Fest.
Because it's the easiest thing to do. The easiest thing you can do is align with power and grift to the right. There's literally nothing easier. And it's not a hard role to play. You just get up and say all the bullshit that you know they want to hear. You shit on your people. If tomorrow you woke up and said, fuck the gays, come right here, Matt. Like, you know what I mean?
I've thought about this so many times. Oh, I've thought about this so many times. If I got on this podcast and I got on Instagram and I said, everything that I've said for the last 7 years, I realized was wrong.
That's what
and
I
the left
said.
is intolerant. They're pressuring me to say things that I don't believe in. And I'm so afraid that if I say the wrong thing, that they're just going to cast me out. And I'm tired of feeling
That's how
like
easy it
beholden
is.
to the dogma. I wonder how fast Turning Point USA would have me on that
They
stage.
eat that shit.
Not to have a big head about it.
Especially Matt as a gay man, me as an Asian woman. Easy. Are you kidding? They want their tokens.
But like, it's so compelling. They love
it.
The like, I tried to be liberal, but they made it impossible.
That is their big thing. They would fucking.
They would even let him. They would let him keep his eyeshadow as long as he was saying that trans people don't deserve rights.
To realizing that conservatives were right all along, and look at what she has built for herself.
AKA Jeffree
and the
Star.
right has also developed this pipeline where they can take advantage of whether it is a malicious, like fully sane decision to go down that path, or whether they're like preying on someone who's in a state of like delusional paranoia, or whether it's a combination of both. They have perfected this pipeline, and like you can see how fast they're able to execute on that and get these people up on a stage where the audience has no discernment of what is happening in front of them.
Nicki Minaj was a featured speaker at America Fest within like weeks of her actually openly embracing the Trump administration. Like they have that shit on lock.
The only value that they have for marginalized people is to be validation piece for them to point to and say, see,
Maybe
that black person said that anti-black, they said it's okay. That gay person said it. That immigrant said it. That's all you're there for. It's a very easy role to play. They will always.
Maybe she can be the talent at the MAGA halftime show.
Come. They don't like Nicki Minaj. They don't give a fuck about Nicki Minaj. They didn't listen to fucking Super Bass, but they see an opportunity. That's all it is. They see it and they're like, oh, great. A black superstar, black rap superstar ready to shill for us. Beautiful. Let's invite her in. All she needs is a little bit of ego stroking. And that's it. Because that's all she wants out of it. And that's what I said. It's clear in all her responses all the time. She likes power and she wants to see who is willing to give her a breadcrumb. That's why she goes, oh, Mitt Romney, oh, Obama said something nice to me. Okay, Obama, thank you, Obama, babe. You know what I mean? Oh, Trump, oh, you saying something funny, you saying whatever. All of a sudden, that's all it's about. If Gavin Newsom had said fuck Cardi B and her new album was trash, Nicki Minaj would be here campaigning for him right now.
It's such a shallow way to engage with politics because it's not even engaging with politics. It's just engaging with like ego. And it's such, to me, it's like an abuse of power and of influence.
Yeah, it's a politic of grievance. Your politics are moved based on what your grievance is. And her grievance is about her. And so her politics are about her. Unfortunately, it harms more than just her. And that's the issue.
I want to play just 2 selected clips from this America Fest appearance she made with Erica Kirk, who just watching these 2 women try to interact with each other, having zero shared lived experience is so funny.
It was so awkward. They didn't have nothing to say. Erica's just like, I love her. Yeah, I know what you mean. People be trying to judge me too.
Why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine.
Wow.
We're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not, this is not what the world used to feel like.
Yeah, you're certainly not when that thinking is stupid. But also, let's be fucking for real. Yes, you can. However, people will call you a dumbass.
And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. They deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things and it deserves attention. You know, we should listen to what they're saying.
One thing I will
So, young people, Nicki Minaj is saying she wants you to be heard. when you are telling her to go fuck herself. Gen Zers out there. Nicki Minaj wants to give you the microphone to tell her to go fuck herself.
About the right-wing grift. And one of my least favorite things about it that I've lamented on this podcast many times is that it takes even the most skilled, even if you hate someone like Nicki Minaj, Jeffree Star, these are people who at their height, like they were so interesting. Whether you like them or not, they were so interesting. And it makes these people so boring. You are just doing what you can't even have an opinion anymore. You're just doing like old man yelling at cloud. You sound like Bill Maher.
Yes.
She just has nothing to say. They've gone over that with her. Like, these are the questions, this is how to answer it. And she's just trying her best to remember a little bit of what they said, like try to recall it and make it sound natural. She doesn't believe the shit that's coming out of her mouth. She's just saying whatever. And I think that's just as bad as believing it.
And she can't even recite it either. And I love that they clap regardless when she goes, people no longer use their minds.
That's exactly my auntie when she's drunk is just like that. Why do you think like people have a problem with people speaking their minds? It's so funny because it's a leading question. Like Erica's already like trying to feed her the answer like in the question because it's clear she's struggling to remember the script. And still all she came up with was because they're not using their minds.
And the whole audience still goes crazy for it because all they need is like the vague contours of like cancel culture. It's just buzzwords or things approximating buzzwords are enough.
They like the idea that they think we're upset. And so every time she says something, they're like, it's like pumped that into my veins and they think people are angry right now. That's the reason why when people are leaving Twitter, they want it to go on Blue Sky. They need to be, they're not comfortable enough to believe what they want. They want attention. It's like when you see them post the videos and they put on the MAGA hats and they're like looking for someone around to say something. Like it's not enough for them to just be there and enjoy their racist bullshit. No, that's the whole thing about oppression. It needs someone to suffer. In their mind, they don't give a fuck about Nicki Minaj. What they like is in their mind, they're going, oh, I know those fucking woke liberals I know they're fucking mad now.
Cry more.
Like they're telling themselves all kind of bullshit that we're like,
cry more, commie.
That's why they're excited. That's what they're really applauding. Like, yeah.
100%. They don't realize that like most people do not care.
The concept of me crying because Nicki Minaj is gasp MAGA. Fork found in kitchen.
About or like put stock into what Nicki Minaj says at this point. And also like it is so wild that they are doing this victimhood mentality as they control like all three branches of government in the United States.
There's also a moment in this conversation where
I'm
Erica
shocked,
Kirk is like,
I tell
do you
you.
have any advice for boys? And Nicki Minaj, she's like, well,
I didn't drop to my knees at the Walmart.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, but I did.
For boys.
I did in the Target.
Amen. Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. There's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Wow.
How about that? Amen.
How about that, bars?
How powerful is that? How profound is that? Amen. Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, the one mag. Yeah. Yeah. I love you.
That's what I want to say.
And you can tell it's like she's
I love you, Nini Mirage. Like they don't even know her name.
Trying to vaguely adhere to the transphobic talking point, but she doesn't really know it. And she's trying to say whatever she needs to say for the crowd to go wild because that's really, I think, what she wants out of this. You know, there's this theory that is going around that Nicki Minaj's rightward shift is an attempt to get Trump to pardon her husband. I don't fully buy into that. First of all, the president can't pardon state level convictions. And legal scholar, Matt Bernstein.
You're correct.
But Kenneth Petty's attempted rape conviction is a state conviction. So there's nothing Trump can do about that. To me, I think her shift can be more explained, and this is my thesis, through a psychological lens of wanting to be loved without fear of criticism than any strategic or legal lens. Like on the professional side, I think this is someone whose career has stagnated, whose art has regressed, who identified so closely with the early title of being the only female rapper that she couldn't handle having peers. And so she did what so many entertainers in mid-career crises do, which is a pivot to the hard right. Which is
also, it could be that Nicki has paid attention to people like Candace Owens and other Kid Rock now, other right-wing superstars, and is like, that could be me. Oh, this is my path forward. Like I can do that. I can be that. So yes, I do think it's her responding in this really narcissistic way, being tired of criticism, you know, that she's just sick of the haters. Man, I want to live in a country where you're free to speak your mind. where you're free to think. But I think she also, she smells the opportunity. She does.
Demographics so hungry.
She's aligning herself with power. And the reality is the right is in power. The right has a ton of power.
Mainstream celebrity support that they will adore anything she says or does. And there's nothing Nicki loves more than adoration. And then on the personal side, this is someone who cannot receive criticism ever and whose inner circle is chock full of people who have committed rape, child rape. She was tired of getting flack for that. So she goes to the place where nobody holds anyone accountable for anything, least of all pedophilia, the American right. Right-wingers will never question her support for her husband or her brother or her harassment of their victims, because then they'd have to question their own support for the president who has done all of these things, which is the one thing they're never allowed to do. So she's created a world for herself where she can forever be adored and unchallenged. And the only thing she had to pay for it was her reputation.
The thing is, as all tokens learn, is that's not true. That's just that's the dream they sell you, but it's not true. You're only useful insofar as you're beneficial, and you're only beneficial as when you're parroting their talking points. The very moment, and each and every time you do anything else, anything autonomous, the minute you want to actually speak as you, not just repeat their talking points, they're fucking done with you, and they're done with you now because they haven't bought in. They're not gonna go support your shit. They're not gonna be who buys your music. They're not gonna be who keeps you popular. The fucking conservatives there are not trying to dress like Nicki. You're not gonna be their influencer. You're not gonna be any of that. You're just a fucking talking piece, a token. And just like Herman Cain and Ben Carson and all of them before them, your Omarosa and Stacey Dash and every fucking body else that has pipped themselves out has learned they will have no use for you, and then they will discard you. And you'll be left begging for the same communities that you turned your back on to embrace you. And we won't, because the music ain't it no more, Chief.
I think the sad thing is, like, she may get a momentary boost from this new audience, but it's not actually going to work out in the long run. This is kind of like it for her. This is her grand finale.
And what a way to go out. I have a teeny tiny...
And look, maybe Nicki, with all of her posturing and all of her ego and her, claiming she's still the queen of rap, she sees herself as a 41-year-old woman, just released Pink Friday 2, which was her first album in 5 years. And it was supposed to be a reset. But the truth is that album is a poor imitation of the first. Yeah, she released Pink Friday 2. When did that come out? Pink Friday 2. Pink Friday 2 was released, not just released, sorry. It was December of 2023. That, when I say just released, I meant more so that was 2 years ago. Oh, how time flies. Oh my God. 2016 was 10 years ago. Oh, Jesus. But anyway, and I think Pink Friday 2 showed what's missing from her art now. That she doesn't have she ain't got it like she used to. And so she's looking ahead to her next opportunity, looking at it as the truth is she's not the queen of rap anymore. The truth is that there are a lot more successful and growing in success as well, Black female artists, rappers, than there were when she was coming up. And it's driven her crazy. Like, we've seen that drive her crazy.
Epilogue, which is that a video started circulating after this whole America Fest fiasco with Nicki Minaj of Charlie Kirk at one of his college debate events saying that Nicki Minaj is a bad role model.
Right now, Black culture is being held captive by influences, songs, and role models. I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on, I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old Black girls. I don't.
Now, this is just so entirely predictable, but what makes it really funny to me
the diss track, the Megan diss track was this year.
After Charlie Kirk's death,
right?
Shared texts that she had exchanged with Charlie, where the two of them were queening out about Nicki's verse on Monster. I'm looking at these texts right now. Charlie sends Candace a screenshot of him listening to Monster. He says, yeah, first things first, I eat your brains with 5 S's.
He was a barb.
He goes, when Nicki drops,
He was a
I
barb
lose my
behind the
mind.
scenes.
Yes, it gets the blood flowing. I'm about to run a few miles jamming to it. And
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. These text messages look like when you're in, I don't know, like a Lifetime film, and you see a close up of a text exchange, and you go, nobody talks that way. When Nicki drops, I lose my mind. She is the best. I do my weights to that song. Jay-Z's verse is amazing too. Makes me think of where I'm at. Yes, it gets the blood flowing. These feel fake. You're like, oh my God, people do talk like that.
Yes, it gets the blood flowing. I'm about to run a few miles jamming to it. And I just love this interaction so much because you know what? It's grifters all the way down. Charlie has no real opinion
CW.
or worries about whether or not Nicki Minaj is a good role model.
Yes,
for people.
those
Charlie
texts are
loves listening
real.
to Nicki
They are
Minaj.
real.
And for whatever it's worth, like I think
My two
Charlie would be
Sims.
so proud of what Nicki is doing
Bobby,
right now.
what's
Not
up?
because she's, espousing conservative ideals, but because she is grifting off of them. That's my conclusion.
We done?
I usually land on some sort of like joke or something, but this is
I feel like that was a great final word.
Kat and Olay. This was treacherous. Thank you so much for coming on the journey with me.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, this is fun.
I am happy for you, Olay, because you've been like a self-identified Nicki hater for a long time. And it's also so hard to feel good about any of this. But it's like, it does feel like the blinders have been taken off.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? We love to see it. We love to see it. It's about time it be a safe space for Nicki Minaj haters.
No, Monster is a mob.
If this terrible year could bring us one good thing, it's the fall of the Barbs.
Yes,
that's
legitimately.
what I was...
Like the Barbs are a terrorist organization that we needed to put a stop to.
They are.
Where can people find more from each of you?
You can subscribe to me at Olurinati. That's my main channel on YouTube, as well as that's my social media handle
the
on
Barbs.
Instagram and TikTok and all places. But on YouTube, Olurinati, I also have Olurinati Pop and Olurinati Bites, which has a great video about Nicki Minaj's foolishness with respect to her propaganda about Nigeria and the Trump administration. And I have Olay and Chill. I have Olay and Friends. So subscribe to any of my channels in the Olurinati verse.
And then I'm at SpitfireNews.com, and you can also find me at Kat Timbard on Blue Sky and Instagram.
And I am Matt Bernstein, and you can find me at A Bit Fruity, the podcast you just listened to. Oh, wait. Hee hee ha ha. No, I'm going to kill that. That was stupid. That was stupid.
No, I like it.
And I'm Caroline Kwan, and you can find me right here.
I am so appreciative that you chose to listen to this episode with us today. It's weird fucking times, but I hope that we can make sense of it together. And go stream Hiss by Megan Thee Stallion. I love you so much. And until next time, stay fruity.
Stay fruity, y'all. Stay fruity, but not in a way that is making the fake genocide of Christians in Nigeria all about you being fruity. It's such a breath of fresh air to talk about how much I hate Nicki Minaj without having to worry about being called racist or homophobic. I'm a proud day one hater. Yeah, or the Barbs descending like bats out of hell and ruining your life. Being like, I'm going to piss on your dead mother's grave. I hope Megan's having a wonderful time right now. You know, it's one of those do nothing wins, right? You just sit back and you let somebody like Nicki Minaj just dig her own grave. Somebody like that is going to be they're going to really be a victim, but it will be of their own narcissism and their own stupidity. Oh, stupid is as stupid as. Oh my God, my ass hurts. That was great. Thank you for introducing me to that podcast. Yes, that is Matt Bernstein's podcast, A Bit Fruity. If you like what we do here on stream, which I would think you do if you're here, unless you're one of my haters. Unless you're my haters out there who are watching the stream because you're a hater. Matt's podcast is very much in the world of what I'm interested in dissecting and discussing. At me next time. Fine, I'll say it. My number one hater is that bitch Sandwich. More like Sam bitch, you know what I'm saying? Call that a diss track the way you just got dissed. Yeah, what you got? What you got? Yeah, see? True. Rolled smoke, shitted on. My smoke too tough. Wouldn't you like to know? Wow, I just got triggered. I got triggered because I was about to say, yeah, why don't you let me know? Why don't ya? Too soon. Too soon. Wow, we got everything. We got through everything that I wanted to talk about. Wow, way to go. Okay, you guys you're going to be so upset. You're going to be so devastated, but I will tell you that I had planned to start a game, and since Sandwich is here, I will tell you it's the game that she has influenced me. She's a real influencer. She's influenced me to play. It's called Routine. It's allegedly, according to Sam, one of the best games of the year. One of the best games of the year. But, and I am going to continue with Poppy Playtime, but I did want to do Routine. It's 7 hours long. However, I don't want to start it now because I wouldn't game that long, and I want to start it tomorrow night. I want to start tomorrow night because I think I'll talk less. I meant to talk tonight for 3.5 hours and then game for 2 hours because I have to go pick my boys up early in the morning. They're currently en route right now, or they're heading to the airport right now. So my boys are flying in, getting in early. So I'm going to go pick them up. So I'm going to bed, but yes. And I talked for 2 additional hours that I meant to, which is why, though, I didn't say at the beginning of stream, because remember, I like to do promises made, promises kept. I did not say at the beginning of the stream that I was for sure going to be gaming, because I figured I would probably talk more than I estimated. So I'm sorry. You know that I do love to add on my nighttime gaming, but I promise tomorrow I will. Okay. Tomorrow, I promise that I will return to gaming. I will make a blood promise. I take out a knife. I'm like, phew. A blood oath to my chat. Yeah. We're so going to be back. We're so going to be so back. And then just a couple other things. So New Year's Eve, I will not be live at night because I have plans, but I'm thinking I would like to try to stream a little bit in the morning, and then January 1st, 2026, I have a lot of things planned. So we have Tavia and others have put together, Dune Shadow put together something. There's some forms for you guys to fill out. So we'll go over that stuff. Anonymous is putting together a clip thing from the year. So we will do that. Okie dokie. Y'all got some homework. Y'all got some forms to fill out. Okay. I am going to send you guys over to Shy Thembo. Shy, who is currently on the road to trying to make partner. And Shy, we love Shy. So I'm going to send y'all over there. She did it right. I was like, what's the last song I had playing? It's Red Wine Supernova, because Hold on. She was a racist, Bridget Bardot. She told me things I didn't know. She did it right there, out on the deck with her canine teeth in the side of my neck. Waiting for you. Boots, Okay, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for participating in all our chats. Have a wonderful rest of your night, day, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll catch you on the next one.